And let us begin first by asking everyone who is currently joining us, can you quickly type in the chat box or in the comment section where you're joining us from? We want to have an understanding of where our participants are coming from. So if you're from Nigeria, like myself, just type I'm joining from Lagos, Nigeria. All right. Quickly do that in the next 2 minutes, and then we are going to get started right away. So while we are doing this, I want to announce some ground rules for today's event. This event is virtual. It means that uh, we're going to be following some set of rules and order in which we would speak, in which we would organize ourselves. So I want to recommend that you're in a very quiet area. I want to believe right now that you are prepared both in mind, both in your readiness, your psyche, your spirit is ready. All right. So while you're doing that, I would like you to take note that you cannot speak unless you're given permission to speak. Okay. So what that means is that if you have to say something, use the emojis on the system here and indicate that you want to say something. You can raise your hands and then we'll give you the opportunity to. Secondly, while we are going to be doing the presentation where we'll share our screens, I would like to announce that no one else except the presenter is permitted to make scribblings or to write while the presenter is speaking or trying to share their screen. Now, if you do that more than once, uh, we may be forced um, to allow you to leave the meeting. Now, why is this important? We want a sense of decorum. We want a sense of orderliness while we are in this meeting. Okay. So with that said, right now, uh, we have started officially. I'm going to quickly. Um, we're going to go into the opening prayers and charge right away.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's data science and AI symposium. And I pray that as we begin, God will help us in Jesus' name. Right now, we are going to lift up our voice and begin to worship the King of Kings. Let's thank Him for His mercies. Let's thank Him for His faithfulness. Can you go ahead and lift up your voice? We have been preparing, we have been planning, we have been waiting for this great day, and here we are today. It is not our effort that has done this, it is only the mercies of God. And you go ahead and lift up your voice right now, wherever you are. Can we say, Lord, we appreciate you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you because unto you shall the gathering of your children be. Thank you for making this year's data science summit a success. We waited upon God, we gave it a trial last year, and it was a success, and here we are today. Can you go ahead and thank the Lord Almighty? Father, we give you praise, we give you praise. Jesus, we thank you, we thank you. We honor you. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning. Oh, Shatali Borodosha. Can we go ahead and begin to present ourselves? The Bible says it is the duty of a man to plan, but it is God that brings that preparation to a fulfillment. We have made all our preparation, but it is only God that can give us the success that we desire. This morning, can we go ahead and lift up our voice and say, Lord, in a special way, we ask you to take over. Look beyond our weaknesses, look beyond our weaknesses. We cannot help ourselves, we cannot do it alone. We come before you, Lord. Help us this morning. Help us this morning. Can we go ahead and lift up all the sections before the hands of God, that the Spirit of God will alight on it? The Bible says that is except the Lord builds a house, those that are building, they build in vain. I don't want us to build in vain. I don't want us to labor like a fool this morning. And that is why we are saying, Lord, let your Spirit alight on every section, beginning from the worship, beginning from the word, beginning from the hands-on section, beginning from the main teaching of the lessons we shall be learning, that the Spirit of God will alight on every section, that every section will be impactful, every section will bring about a new learning, a new dimension. As we are making our prayers this morning, can we go ahead and lift up all the instruments that God will be using this morning? And we ask that the Spirit of wisdom, the Spirit of God will rest upon them. Let the Spirit of wisdom come upon them right now. Let the Spirit of wisdom, let God's wisdom come upon our instructors, come upon our teaching assistants. Can you pray for yourself this morning too, that the Lord will give you a listening ear? It is possible you will learn at the end of the day you have nothing to show concerning all that you have learned. But can you say, Lord, give me a listening ear, give me a listening ear, give me a listening ear, give me a heart that understands? Can you pray? For some of us, this may be a new aspect. This may be a new aspect, but can pray and say, let the Spirit of God help us this morning to learn something new at the end of the whole process. Jesus, we come before you, we come before you, we come before you. Lord, let your Spirit rest upon us this morning. Let your Spirit rest upon us this morning. In the name of Jesus, we open our hearts. We open our hearts to you, even this day, in the name of Jesus. We open our hearts to you, Lord. We open our heart to you, Lord. We open our heart to you, Lord, right now. Lord, teach us in the mighty name of Jesus. We are still praying. We are going to be lifting this whole process before the hand of God, as a whole. That the Lord, it will not just end here. It is a seed. We started this seed last year and it was fruitful, and this year we are continuing, and we are trusting God that this seed will continue till it reaches the uttermost parts of the earth. Can we pray and ask that the Spirit of God right now, can we say, Lord, take this meeting to the uttermost part of the earth. Take it that it will not end here. Even for us, the things that we are learning, let it be beyond this place. Let it go beyond the shores of our knowledge. Let it spread like a wildfire. Let it spread like a wildfire. Let God use this, our AI summit, to reach out to thousands, even through this medium, in the name of Jesus. Lord, we raise our cry tonight and we call upon you out of Zion, that Lord, you have your way. Go ahead and honor yourself. Can we go ahead now and begin to pray against any hold up limitations, network issues that may arise? Can we pray right now that the Spirit of God will have his way? Oh Lord, we raise our voice tonight and we ask you to glorify yourself. Father, do the unusual in this meeting. We come against every form of manipulations. We come against every form of distractions. We come against network issues in the name of Jesus right now. We come against them in Jesus' mighty name. We are praying. Lord, we appreciate you. We thank you for this moment. We thank you because unto you shall the gathering of your children be. We thank you for what you do this morning. Even as we continue, we ask you to glorify your name. Thank you, Father, for these and many others we have asked. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Glory, glory, glory. Thank you so much, Sister Patience, for that wonderful session of prayers. So right now we're going to be moving fast. We'll take the charge. And the Bible says in the beginning was the Word, and that Word was with God, and that Word was God. The word here is the message of the gospel. So we are going to go into the charge, and one of our own is going to lead us into that session. And I'll be inviting Abasiama Hope to take us through that charge. Thank you very much. All right. While we wait for that to be done, I'd like to quickly ask if all of our instructors are currently online. Can you indicate in the chat box? Let's know those of you who are present. Can you quickly indicate if you're an instructor or teaching assistant for this event? Kindly indicate in the chat box. We want to be sure those who are currently are online and those who are not. So for those who are joining us, we are actually we're just done with the opening prayers, and we're about taking the charge. Kindly do us a favor and indicate in the comment section where you're joining us from, the state or the city and the country. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Right now, I'll be speaking on the topic sharpening your data science and AI for revival in the nations. And so before I do that, I would like us to pray in Jesus' name. But
Amen.
I thank you for this opportunity you have given to us to be alive and to witness another data science time with you. I know you've made this available for us as an opportunity to learn new things. Father, we beg that as we begin this morning, you will begin with us with all grace, with all help, in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Like I said before, we'll be talking on sharpening your data science and AI skills for revival in the nations. Now, to sharpen means to make an object sharp, able to cut easily, to make someone intelligent, to make an object to pierce easily, to make something attractive and higher than usual. So we are looking at how to sharpen your data science and AI skills for revival. Now, to make our data science and AI skills sharp, therefore intends that we become more intelligent, attractive, able to pierce and cut tasks easily, and have data science and AI skills that are higher than usual. Now, I want us to take note of the things being mentioned here. Things like intelligent, attractive, pierce. These are words I want us not to take lightly, but to consider them as we look at how we can sharpen our data science and AI skills. Now, there are opportunities God, in his infinite mercy, has availed us, opportunities that he expects that as his children, we should make use of to show forth his glory and his praise. Like I have said before, we are here to sharpen our AI and data science skill for revival, not to just a locality, but to the nations. Why? Because in Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 10, I would like us to read something there as I begin in full. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 10, the Bible says, if the iron be blunt, and he doth not wait the age, then must he put to more strength, but wisdom is profitable to direct. Now, what scriptures is saying here is that if we have an iron that is meant to be an instrument for cutting, and that iron is blunt, then someone will need to spend a lot of strength. You will have to spend a lot of effort unnecessarily. So, but there is something that is pointed out that is of core value. He said, wisdom is profitable to direct. What is this wisdom we are talking about? The ability for you to sharpen it so that you no longer need to waste strength. So if the irons be blunt, the wise thing to do is to go for sharpening so that you will avoid wasting strength. Now notice that you can't sharpen what you don't have. If you don't have something, if it has not been given to you, if you've not acquired it, it cannot be sharpened. So it is required that we get wisdom, we get understanding to be able to sharpen what we have been given in terms of our data science and AI skills. Now, I'd like us to consider Proverbs chapter 23, verse 23. The Bible speaking says, buy the truth and sell it not. Also wisdom and instruction and understanding. The instruction there is buy the truth. What should you buy? Wisdom. What should you buy? Instruction. What should you buy? Understanding. And there is a phrase there that I want us to take note that says, don't sell it. What does it mean when you say we should buy and not sell? It means you should not look down on it. You should consider it as very valuable. When you get this knowledge, when you get this wisdom, this understanding, you should consider it as valuable. Don't disregard it. Proverbs 8, verse 12 says, 8 verse 12 says, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence and find out knowledge of witty inventions. So the counsel here is get knowledge, get it, get wisdom. It is expected as children of God, as believers, those who are looking forward to be used by our great God, to not just live their lives without wisdom. God expects that as his children, we should get wisdom, we should get knowledge, we should get skill. God is the creator of skill. He values skillfulness. He gave man skill for his own glory and honor. Daniel chapter 9, verse 22. Daniel chapter 9, verse 22 says, and he informed me and talked with me and said, O Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. I want us to understand that it is God that gives skill. It is God that gives understanding. It is God that brings to mind the skills that we are talking about here, even in this summer school, the data science and AI skill. It is God that is the author of it. It is God that makes it possible for someone to acquire that. In Daniel 1 verse 17, the Bible says, as for these four children, God gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. The emphasis is that God gave. So whatever we are thinking of acquiring as we come for this summer school, I want us to understand that it is God that gives. It is God that provides. It is God that is going to make it easy for chapter 35, verse 30 to 35. I want to read something there that is of great note. Exodus 35, verse 30 to 35. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, see, the Lord had called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hor of the tribe of Judah, and he had filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold and silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he had put in his heart that he may teach both he and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan. Them had he filled with wisdom of heart to work all manner of work of the engraver and of the cunning workman and of the embroiderer in blue and in purple, in scarlet and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning words. It is interesting to note that God was particular about the person whom he imputed skills. He had to say to Moses, this particular Bezaleel is the son of Uri, the grandson of Hor, and from this tribe or nation of Israel. It is he, not another, that I have put my spirit in wisdom, in understanding, in knowledge, in all workmanship, to do that which is required. So whatsoever data science and AI skill we have or are going to acquire, it is important for us to know that God is very much aware and interested in our acquisition of such skill. This is because there is something he wants to achieve through us in the nations for which we find ourselves, in nations he would send us to. So he's saying, this particular person that I am calling and sending you to, I have put skills in him. It is I who is responsible for what he knows. Notice also that God gave the desire and ability as given them ability to get this skill, and I have also given them the ability to teach others. God is particular. God is strategic. God is focused. Maybe you might feel like you don't have what it takes to learn or understand data science, or that you are ill-equipped for AI skills. I want to assure you, God's Spirit is available. He is able to make you learn. He is able to make you understand. He is able to make you acquire knowledge even beyond what you can imagine. Praise the Lord. So the data science and AI skills that God has given us, or which we are going to acquire, is to be used for the right cause. God is not just giving us because he doesn't have anything to do, or he just wants us to sit, learn, and then go be this or that. No, he is particular. There is something in his heart. There is something he wants to achieve. And so as we acquire this skill, God expects that we should be mindful, we should be targeted, we should be aware that he is doing something, he's intending to do something, he's interested in achieving a certain goal. Genesis chapter 11, I want to read verse 1 to verse 8. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Now take note of verse 5. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. God will always come to check how far and how well we are using what he has given us the ability to get. So our intentions are not just allowed to fly. God is interested in how we are using the skills we will acquire. And for this passage that we have read, people came together to build something. God had given them the skill to build, but they had a motive that was different from what God intended. They wanted to build a tower to reach the heavens against the will and purpose of God. God said, let us go and see. Let's see how far they are using this. Let's see how far they are going. And the Bible records that God discovered that their motive was wrong. Though they were bounded together in unity and could achieve what they wanted, God decided deliberately to scatter them because what they were using, his skill given to them, the inspired skill from God, was not according to purpose. So God is interested that we use the things he has given us in line with what he has planned for us. Therefore, it is very important for us to go to him to ask him, God, these skills I am acquiring, this summer school I am attending, this skill I am learning, why am I learning it? There should be a background check with the will of God. Like I said before, God is intending to use us in the nations that we have been sent to, or the nations that he will send us to. He is intending that these skills, this training, this knowledge, these things that we will get from him will be used. I want us not to be ignorant that there is a fight against us. There is a fight. In 1 Samuel chapter 18, I want to read verse 19. 1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 19 to 22. The Bible says, now there was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel. For the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords or spear. But all the Israelites went down to the Philistines to sharpen every man a file for the mattocks and for the courtiers and for the forks and for the axes and to sharpen goods. So it came to pass in the day of battle that there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan. I want you to know that there is a strategy by the enemy. As I begin to round up, there is a strategy by the enemy to make sure that he keeps believers in Christ away from acquiring the necessary knowledge that will make them be able to stand against the enemy in the day of battle. There is something as the day of battle. There is something as when God will require us to face the enemy. So it is very necessary for us to make it our duty to counter the enemy's attack by deliberately seeking for this knowledge and skill. So as we come for this summer school, I know it is God's intention to equip us. As we equip ourselves, we need to be deliberate. We need to know that this is timely. God is building up an army, and the army is building up is to use the army to face the enemy, to fight the enemy, to stand against the enemy in the day of battle. There will be things that you will be required to do. God will be expecting you to represent him here and there. And if you don't have the necessary skills, the necessary know-how, the necessary knowledge, I just pray God help us to perfectly walk in line with his purpose and his will, and to give attention as we learn today. To give all our mind. If you're thinking you don't have the skill, you don't have the experience, and for as many as our teachings are systems, I want you to know that your work is deliberate. God is using you to shape an army that he would use to affect the nation. Hallelujah. So that we can go to other things, I would like us to take time now to pray. In the name of Jesus. Father, thank you
Amen.
that you have allowed us to be here. I know that your purpose, they are not ordinary. They are targeted. They are purposeful. And I ask that today as we begin, that you will give us all the necessary skills, the mindset, the thoughts and ideas to effectively learn today. And that whatsoever we will learn here will become tools in our hands to make your purpose to come to pass. Thank you because you've answered us in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you very much, Bro Hope, for that awesome and marvelous charge there. At this moment, I would like to reiterate once again some of the instructions that were given from the onset. Make sure you're in a quiet place, and then you're also muted. Also, if you really need to say something, indicate with the emoji on your screen using the Zoom tools.
Sure. You just said okay. I didn't run.
Please, can you mute, please? I'm actually giving the instruction for these, and somebody's already breaking the rules. If you can hear me, please mute. So we only have one person speaking at a time throughout this event. Once we find out that you're continuously and repeatedly defaulting, we may have to let you go. Yes. So everyone must understand that this is a structured program, and we want to see that everyone adheres to decorum. So just like I was saying, you must be muted, and if you have to say something, make sure you're using an emoji, and then you'll be given an opportunity to speak. Okay? And then for our TAs and instructors, once you're about sharing your screen, I would like you to disable annotations. All right, I'm going to give you more details about what to do when the time comes. So right now, I would like to introduce all of our resource persons and everyone that you would that would be a tool or an instrument for this in this event. I'll begin with myself. My name is Freda Lynn Anipa. I am currently talking to you from Lagos State, Nigeria, and I will be your anchor man this morning, and you'll be hearing my voice from this morning till when we end. And we also have our director, who is Mr. Joseph Lupe Tsenum. Mr. Joseph Lupe Tsenum is our director here at New Life Research Foundation. He also is going to be one of our resource persons. And the brother who prayed here before, just a moment ago, who led us in the charge, is Bro Abasiama Hope. Abasiama Hope is one of our members here in New Life Research Foundation. The voice you heard that led in the prayer earlier on is Sister Patience Ocholi. She's currently speaking to us from Russia, and she's one of our members as well. For other TAs and instructors, we have Alexander Mengesha. He's going to be our instructor for statistics for machine learning, alongside Andrew Balincura and Emmanuel Ocholi Benjamin. For Python programming, we're going to be having Amos Kwafan, Emmanuel Benjamin, Tekuma Sando, and Peter Denen Saha. For supervised machine learning with Python, we would have Roland Abi, Tekuma Sando, and Joseph Thatcher. For Gen AI, our instructor is going to be our director, Joseph Lupe Tsenum. For introduction to foundation models, we'll have Alexander Takele and sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this properly, Alexander Takele Mengesha and Joseph Tsenum will be our instructors, okay? So with that, right now, we're going to enter into the next phase, which is pre-lab. And in this pre-lab is a setup stage. So we're going to be setting up for our learning environment, and our kits that will need to be actively involved during the session. So I'm going to be inviting Bro Joseph Luper to come on the board now and lead us in that activity. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Bro Fred, for inviting me to take over that section. So without wasting time, I'll be sharing my screen and then we'll move on from there. We understand that some of you are joining us from different backgrounds. Some are non-STEM majors. You are coming from humanities, social sciences, and arts. Some are coming from management sciences, and they don't actually know how to install some of these packages. So we felt we'd take out some time and go over how on how you can actually install some of these packages. And then this is going to be an interactive session, so you will feel free to ask questions, feel free to stop me, and you are actually going to be doing the installation on your computer. If you haven't been using Python, we're going to be using Python in the whole of our summer school. So we're going to be installing more of our Python libraries and everything around Python. So if you have Windows, if you have Ubuntu Linux or Mac operating system, we're going to be running you through those steps on how you can actually install those packages. So I will just share my screen right away and then we'll take on from there. All right, I think we'll sort the other things out at a later time. So I will just take on from there. Then, okay. So we send these resources to you, and I believe you have gone through the emails we sent to you about the core tools that we'll be using for this summer school. So I wanted to just introduce them and take feedback from you, whether you've installed these packages or you need help in installing them. So we will be using, for some of you who are conversant with Python or with programming, we use Anaconda or Miniconda. A lot of people use Miniconda. I use Miniconda. So if you're coming from social sciences, arts, and humanities, what these tools mean is that if you go for a lecture or you go for a class, your lecturer or your teacher, we have a place where they execute the assignment, and that could be on a chalkboard, or it could be on a projector, or it could be whichever way they want to transfer that knowledge to you. It could be just sharing their screen, just like I'm doing. So when you want to carry out a task in machine learning or in programming, you need an environment. You need an environment to be able to execute that task. Without having an environment, you won't be able to execute that task. So we have different programming languages where you actually write your code and you're able to see the output of that code. And that is why before you do that, before you see the code, you see what comes out of of that code, something happens at the background. You install some tools. It's just like before you write on a chalkboard or the projector or you share your screen, just like I'm doing, you have to first do some things at the background. And those things at the background could be installing a projector. If you don't know how to install a projector, you may not be able to present. If you're not able to know how to share your screen, just like I was running around on where to see where to see how to turn off the feature he mentioned also would prevent you from writing on a screen. I couldn't find that easily. And so in case, Prophet, in case you see people writing on the screen, is because I wasn't able to do that. And that's why I need your help. And it's the same thing here. If you're not able to install these packages, it means you need our help. So I need Fred, I need his help to be able to locate that feature so that I can turn it off, and then you won't be able to write on the screen. But as so far I'm not able to locate that feature, some of you can be able to write on my screen here. I'm not asking you to do that, but I'm just trying to tell you that because I don't know how to do it, you can be able to write on the screen, you know, and I have to learn from Fred. So you have to learn from me on how to install some of these packages to be able to use. So these are some of the things you need to do at the background before you see that beautiful code or before you see those images. You may see that we put some statistics on people who register for this summer school. How did we do that? We did it using this Python. We plotted using matplotlib. And how we did that, you won't see those beautiful figures, those statistics. You won't see them if we don't install the tools that you need to be able to do that. And one of the tools I just mentioned is this matplotlib. Is used for doing that. And if I didn't install this, it means I won't be able to get those statistics and we won't be able to send it to you to see that we have 4 continents who are participating in this summer school. People from here in North America, I'm here in the US. We have people from Asian countries, we have people from Africa, we have people from European countries. And so we won't be able to do that. So that's why installing these packages is very important because is what actually makes you to be able to write a code, execute a code, and you will be able to see the output. So these tools are very important. Just like I said earlier, if you're not in STEM, you have to know that this is how it works. For those of you who are already in STEM and maybe you've started, you have experience in programming or in machine learning, you know what I'm talking about. So the core tools you'll be needing is Anaconda or Miniconda. That is where you find the Python, or that is where you can find Python. From Miniconda, you can install Python. So from Anaconda, it comes with Python. You can install the specific version you want to install in your Miniconda or Anaconda. Some people prefer using All right. Some people prefer using Anaconda, while some prefer using Miniconda. I prefer using Miniconda because sometimes it's much easier to install. Just because of the ease of installation, I usually prefer this Miniconda. You may prefer Anaconda, but it's up to you. So that's it. And then I will be talking about the Jupyter Notebook. We have Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook is an environment where you write your code and execute. And for some people, or for this class, for this summer school, we'll be using more of Google Colab. For some of you who are conversant with Jupyter Notebook, you can launch it. I can launch Jupyter Notebook. I can minimize. Let me minimize on my laptop and try to run it. This is my terminal. This is my terminal environment. You can see here. And because I have Jupyter Notebook installed on my laptop, I can just call it. I can just call it here, and then it's going to run. You see, it's going to open my browser. Now it has opened my browser. I didn't do anything. I just ran it, and it opened on my browser. I may decide to go to any of the projects I've been working on, and let me see if I have any other projects here. I can just try to open one of the projects here. Let me say CS7641, and maybe I have some notebooks here. Yes, I have some notebooks. And let me see, I'm going to open this assignment. Oh, okay, let me pick one of the assignments, just this one. You see, I've opened this Jupyter Notebook, and I can run this code, and it runs. So without installing, I can't run this, but I've already installed it. So I can be able to run this. And you can see this run, but this may not be able to run because it may run, it may not. Oh, it can run because my data is not where I define here. So this code will not be able to run. So that is how you can launch Jupyter Notebook. So I will go back to my sharing. Yes. Yes. So, and that's how you can run Jupyter Notebook. So if you have Ubuntu Linux, you can be able to run Jupyter Notebook on your laptop. If you don't have it, there are other ways you will use. You'll be able to execute your code in this summer school. So I will be taking our time to let me quickly. I'll still stop sharing here, and I'm going to stop sharing this, and I'll go back here, and let me just type Google Colab. You can do what I'm doing too. Google Colab, Google Collaboratory. So it's an environment provided by Google for you to be able to execute your task. So you can just Google that. This is Google Colab environment. And so you can be able to, if we would provide you with notebooks, with Jupyter Notebooks, and you can be able to upload it here, or you can just run it, and you will have access to, we will provide you links to where you can just open it and have a copy for each of the courses. So when we come to statistics, they will show you how you can do that. Or if they prefer Jupyter Notebook, they will also guide you on how to do that. But this is the environment we'll also be using. So we'll just provide you a link, and then you launch it, and then you come here, and they usually provide some GPUs too, but it's kind of limited. So you can connect to Google's runtime. I'm trying to connect here. You can see it's connecting. So you can just type Google Colab. It's an environment provided by Google free of charge. So you can be able to do that. I can be able to open a notebook here. I can be able to upload it from here, just like I did before. I'm just going to this same assignment. Let me go to CS7641. I think I do have it somewhere. Or let me just open AI for drug discovery. I think I have a notebook here. Let me see if I have one. Okay, seems I don't have. But this is how you open it. Okay, I should have something. So yes, let's open interpretable AI using Shapley values. You see, I'm trying to upload this on this Google Colab. And I think I did that. So, well, so we will provide you with links, and we'll be able to show you how you can run it. But I just wanted to show you that it's very possible for you to have this, and you can also upload your data here. Your data, you can also upload your data, everything will be here. But for this summer school, we'll be providing you with links on how you can be able to run that. So these are the two major environments we'll be using: Jupyter Notebook. You can run Jupyter Notebook if you have this. If you don't have, if you are using Windows, you have Windows Terminal. If you're using Ubuntu Linux, you do have it. If you're using Mac operating system and using Mac, you have this. You can be able to run Jupyter Notebook. You know, I'm running this currently. So, and that's it. And also Google Colab. These are the two main things I want to mention. The environments we'll be using throughout the summer school. And then I will still go back to my slides, and I will try to show you more things. And we have different versions of Python. The most current ones are version 3.9 or 3.10. If you install 3.10, we are good. We can be able to run all the tasks, or even 3.9. So this is the version you need. I just wanted to mention that Python has different versions from 3.7 to this 3.10, 3.10. So these are the main core tools. These are the core tools we'll be using, and I'll be giving you time to ask questions, and then we'll be able to help you to run that. Then for statistics, once you're able to install these core tools, you can now be able to install the libraries. These are Python libraries. These are libraries that you'll be using to write your code. These libraries, if you install them, you can call some tools. Some are inbuilt, and you just call them and you'll be able to write your code. So for statistics for machine learning, these are the core tools we'll be using: NumPy, SciPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, and stats models. Then object-oriented programming, you don't need any external libraries. We have built-in data classes that you'll be using for Python programming. We're not going to be doing an advanced level Python. We're not going to be handling that in this summer school. All we are doing is introduction and intermediate level Python programming. So the basic tools you need is NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, and then some other tools like either tools or math that you'll be needing. And our instructors in Python will teach you what you use NumPy to do, Pandas and Matplotlib and all these tools. Each of the instructors will teach you how to use these tools, and they will tell you what is NumPy and what is Pandas, what is Matplotlib. They are going to go through everything. And also for supervised machine learning and deep learning, you'll be needing scikit-learn, XGBoost, GPM, TensorFlow, PyTorch, and Keras. So for natural language processing, large language models, foundation models, and generative AI, you'll be needing PyTorch, scikit-learn, transformers. These are the tools you'll be needing, and you can easily install them. There is no general way of installing these tools, and that takes me to the next slide. There is no general way of installing them. It all depends on the operating system you have. If you have Windows, if you have Ubuntu Linux, or you have a Mac operating system, you have different ways of installing them. So I'll be taking you there, and you can see here I said installation guide. You have Mac operating system, you have Ubuntu Linux, and you have Windows. These are the popular operating systems. You may have one of these on your operating system on your laptop or or whichever device you're using. And you still need all these tools. The tools are the same, just like you see them here. You have these tools are the same, and just like here I said, Google Colab is a browser-based platform. I went to my browser and I just typed Google Colab, and that brought
Check
from
body.
that.
If you want to move now,
So
balance.
please, if you can help mute him, I think that would be very helpful. Admins and instructors, if you can do that, that would be very helpful. And then from there, I'll be moving to the next slide. And just like I said earlier, all these tools, you'll be needing them. Whichever device you have, you need all these tools. And there are different ways of installing them. And that takes me to this slide. Here, here I just showed how you can install some of these packages. Bro Fred, if you can help. I don't know whether Damsa is still, if you can help mute Damsa. All right, so
yes, I'm trying to do that, sir.
Okay,
I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just gave an example here. I showed you that you all need those tools, but it depends on the device you have. If you have Mac operating system, then it means most times they use Homebrew. Brew install this and is able to install that for you. Unlike in Ubuntu Linux where you say sudo apt maybe update or install something, sudo apt install Python 3 is going to install Python 3. If it's, so it all depends on the device you're using. If you're using Windows operating system, then it's a different way you can install it. So I just gave an example here on how you can do that. You can take a screenshot of this slide and see how you can install the core libraries and some of the core tools in the libraries. Because I mentioned Python, I mentioned some of the Python libraries that you'll be needing. And for most of the libraries you'll be needing, like the environment, I mentioned Jupyter Lab or Jupyter, and also Jupyter Notebook. You can just install Jupyter, install Jupyter Lab, and you'll be able to get Jupyter Notebook. And then once you get a Jupyter Notebook, you can run it, you can launch it. If you have Python, you can be able to install these other packages. Python comes with some packages or some libraries, but it doesn't come with all. So there are some libraries that you have to install by yourself. And also some of the algorithms you'll be using, like XGBoost, you have to install them by yourself. And the easiest way, take for instance, I have Mac operating system. If I want to install something on Mac operating system, and I'm trying to use sudo apt install Python, that is not going to work because I'm using Mac operating system. The only thing that will work here is brew install Python 3.10, and this is going to install because this Mac operating system is different from Ubuntu Linux. So if you're using Ubuntu Linux and you try to run brew install Python 3, it's not going to run. And the same goes for this Windows. So you have to know the device or the operating system you have. That's the first step. And then you'll be able to navigate these processes. So with this, I'm going to pause here and I will ask you if you have questions on installing your packages and before we move to the next section.
Sir, can I say something?
Yes.
So I wanted to even ask, how many of us have followed up to this point? I mean, those who started maybe from the beginning, who were able to follow through to get some of the tools installed. Let's just have a count. Can you drop in the chat box how many of us have been able to complete the procedures up to this point? Let's have a count, please.
So just type in the comment box, you were able to install the packages, you were able to install the libraries, the tools that we need. If we're not able to install, just let us know.
Okay, we have 3 persons who have responded. Someone said I have an Anaconda on my Windows laptop. Someone also said I installed an Anaconda yesterday. I think someone else had. So, okay, that means a few persons are following through. So maybe, sir, you have to go from the beginning, if it's possible again, and explain step by step what everyone must do if they're getting those tools installed right away.
All right. So, but I would like to maybe allow them to ask questions, and then I will come from there. But I'll go back to sharing my screen, then we can follow up. So we're here. These are the tools we need. You need all these tools. Whichever device we're using, you need all these tools. And I mentioned that if you're using Mac operating system, you still need all these tools. You need the core tools, and you still need, these are the core tools. You still need these other libraries that will be needing. And not only this, but also we have more. And likewise, this Ubuntu Linux and also for Windows. Then I try to also show you that there is no one-fit-all way of installing these tools. If you are using Mac operating system, then there is a different way of installing packages or libraries on your device because you have a different operating system. You have Mac operating system. This is OS operating system. You have Ubuntu Linux operating system. You have Windows operating system. These are different operating systems, and they have different ways of installing them. And if you go to, let me pick an example. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here, and I'll go to my browser. Then here I'm going to show you if I want to install Python or say Anaconda documentation. This is an Anaconda documentation. If you come to an Anaconda documentation to install any of these packages, you will be get started. They will also show you how you can install these tools for different devices, for different operating systems. So I'm trying to, you can see Minicon there. Okay, let me see. Okay. So I'm trying to see tools. Or if I were you and I have I want to install Anaconda for my device, I can just type Anaconda for Mac operating system. If you have Ubuntu Linux, type Ubuntu Linux. If you have Windows, just type Windows. And that is going to bring you to where you can be able to see, you can see this installing on Mac operating system. You can see these instructions. You can install Miniconda, that's the one I love, and that's the one I use. So, and you can be able to install it. And if you have, and this is for Anaconda, but this is not, for the libraries. For the libraries, you don't have to type this. For the libraries, you have to go with the other slide I showed you where for Mac operating system, brew install matplotlib, and maybe for Ubuntu Linux, sudo apt install maybe Matplotlib, because those are libraries. So you don't need to come here and search how to install this on maybe Windows. But these are the core tools, and that's why you are checking how to install each of them. Anaconda for Windows. And you see, I have this installing on Windows. And I can get all the instructions on how to install Anaconda on Windows. If I want to install for Ubuntu Linux, I will just type Ubuntu Linux. And it's not going to be far. It's going to be very close. Installing Anaconda distribution. I'm going to go down a little bit. And also be sure to use the website that comes with the documentation. Oh, let me see this. Probably it has Anaconda 4. You see, Mac operating system and Linux installation. So this is for both. You can see Windows installation. And you can watch this video on how to install this. This is for Windows, and this is for Mac operating system and Linux. So all you need is in this link. And if you need this link, I can copy and send it to you. This is for Ubuntu Linux. And for Windows, this is for all the 3 operating systems I actually mentioned earlier. So I will be going back to send this to you. So if you need help with this, just pick this link from the comment box. So with that, I will stop from there and I will ask if there is any way I can help you. Feel free to ask questions in the chat box. We're here to answer that. Feel free to answer any questions. I just put a link in the chat box, and I'm trying to read your comments. No, you don't need to. Do we need to yes, if you need a specific version of Python, like maybe Python 1.3.10, yes, you need to specify the specific one you want to install. You can just install Anaconda or Miniconda and then install Python 3.0. So that's a 2-step process because you need a specific version of Python. If you just install Anaconda or Miniconda, it may come with a default Python. It may be Python 3.50 or maybe 3.6. So that's why you have to specify. Should you install the libraries in Jupyter Notebook? So the libraries, once you install it on your command line, let me say, this is my command line. Let me delete this. Here's the instructors and the TAs. If you can help with that, that would be appreciated. So if I wanted to install Matplotlib, because I'm using Mac operating system, I can type this, but I've already installed it. And you can see, oh no, command brew. Okay, brew install. You see, I left something, and that's why it's giving me an error. So brew install Matplotlib. You can see is installing. It's kind of updating. I already have it. You have 50 outdated formula installed. So this is it. You can see, and if you have Ubuntu Linux, you just take a screenshot of this of the slide I shared with you, and you'll be able to install that. So for all the libraries, once you install Jupyter Notebook, install Jupyter Notebook. Okay, I forgot that install. And once you don't type the correct one, you may not be able to install. And also we have ChatGPT, which is going to be very helpful. So just tell ChatGPT you want to install this on this device, and they will give you the exact code to use on how to install that on your device. So I will be stopping there, and Fred, I will still check more questions. If you have more questions, then I'll try to answer. If we don't have, then we should be moving to the next section. Python isn't installing on my Windows 10. And also instructors and TAs, if you can help answer some of the questions so we can move to the next section. And for each of the sections, you will also have the hands-on session, and we keep helping you to install your device. And while these sessions are going on, you can also ask questions, and we'll let you know. And while this next section is going on, we'll push these slides to you so you can be able to go over them and see how you can be able to install the packages. So with that, I think we should be moving to the next section. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful pre-lab session. For those of you just joining us, we have started, and we are just making sure our learning environment is intact. For those of us who will be following through live through all the steps and the instructions that we're giving. Okay, so just like he has mentioned, the slides are going to be forwarded to us either via mail or through the comment section for us to download and follow the steps and install them, just like he has guided from the beginning. All right, so we are going to go right into the session proper. Just give me a moment. Okay, so right now we'll be dealing with sorry. Sir, it appears that you will still come back shortly. We're going to be taking the roadmap to data science and AI immediately. So what that means is, for those of us who will be pursuing a career in this field, because for some persons, they are totally new to the field. Some of us might be intermediaries, some of us might be advanced. But for those who are joining for the first time and who are hearing about AI or machine learning for the first time, they want to understand the journey, the process to move from A to D or A to Z. So this is what we call the roadmap, all right? Every career has such a thing. So if you want to move from to be a beginner in data science and AI, or you want to have a career as a data scientist or an AI engineer, what do you do? How do you move? So he's going to quickly throw light and explain some things to us, and then we can now move into the training proper. Over to you, Bro Joseph.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll continue with my sharing. So in this section, I'll be talking about roadmap to data science and AI, artificial intelligence. And I just want you to know that you don't just get to doing things, you have to know the process to becoming a data scientist or an AI engineer. So if you want to become an engineer, you don't just get up one day and say, I'm an engineer. You have to know the process. You have to follow through each step. And then you will get there. There's a ladder that you have to climb and get to becoming a data scientist or an AI engineer. So I'll be walking us through that path. And then we'll be able to know the process, the path to becoming a data scientist. And just like our preacher said earlier, as Christians, we should be able to do extraordinary things because we have an excellent spirit of God in us. So that enables us, that gives us the enablement to accomplish anything. Everything becomes a possibility. So I will be going over the outline. So we'll start with the introduction, then why artificial intelligence, definition of AI and ML, roadmap to AI and ML, hard and soft skills in the era of AI, machine learning algorithms, then conclusion, Q&A. And just like I said earlier, the speaker earlier spoke about Daniel and his three friends. You have Joseph in the Old Testament. You know, these were people who broke barriers and were able to accomplish a lot in their time. So you have that excellent spirit of God in you. So we don't want you to approach this as something that is so difficult. And maybe probably how we started installing packages, installing the tools, the libraries and all that. And that session was very fast. And you may not grasp everything at just one time, but I want you to know that you will get to know. And even at this point, if you're not able to install your packages, that's the tools and the libraries you need. You don't have to be worried. We help you when we move, the hands-on session, and we'll be able to hold your hands and we'll answer your questions in the chat box. So please don't feel that this is very difficult. We know that you have an excellent spirit of God in you, and so you have to approach it with confidence that you will be able to accomplish this. And these are some of the scriptures we have for you. If you're finding it, you're having some sort of fear that you won't be able to accomplish this, you have a lot of scriptures here that will help you to be able to overcome that. And we have a lot of people in the Old Testament who were able to interpret dreams, like Joseph in the Old Testament. And we have interpretable AI and ML and a lot of things, generative AI and all that. You can be able to do all this in your own time as well. So you don't have to worry that this is something that I won't be able to comprehend. We believe that you'll be able to comprehend and you'll be able to do exploits with these tools we'll be handing to you in the course of this summer school. So I will be talking about AI. I'll be starting with AI, and AI has been, a lot of people have been talking about AI. What is artificial intelligence? And when you hear about AI, you just think it's just something that just when you type something in the chat box, it just gives you an output. Or if you just type something on Google, because Google has kind of incorporated AI into their search engine. So if you type something, then the AI is going to reason and it's going to bring out something, So, but I want to bring you back to humanity. As humans, we have our brain. Our brain is connected. It's so much connected that our body cannot live without the brain. The brain is that important. We have the cognitive functions that are embedded in the brain. And without that, our mind cannot be able to function, cannot perceive, we cannot reason, we cannot learn, we cannot interact with the environment. So, and that's how AI was also modeled. AI was modeled based on human intelligence, based on how the human brain works. So AI is a machine a machine's ability to perform the cognitive functions that we humans are able to do, or even to do better. And AI surpassing human intelligence is what people are predicting, or what scientists are working on, the so-called AGI, artificial general intelligence, where we want to build an AI that is more intelligent than humans. So when you think about AI, when you think about artificial intelligence, think about how humans think. Think about how the whole brain is connected to the body. So we want to have something that is artificial, but is able to have the cognitive functions just like humans, and is able to do tasks for us, and is even able to do better tasks than we do. And you can see in the era of ChatGPT that coding has become better, and a lot of companies are laying off people who were coders before, who used to write code for them on different roles. They are laying off people because AI is able to do better jobs for them. You can see that entry jobs, people are losing entry jobs because AI is able to do these types of jobs even almost better than humans. It's able to do the same functions as humans are able to do. You interact with AI on a daily basis, and I earlier cited ChatGPT, or even some of you use Siri on your phone, and you just say, "Hey Siri, do this for me. Hey Siri, call this person for me." Or maybe you call Google Assistant. Google Assistant will be able to do that for you. Or you interact with customer chat boxes, and while their staff are sleeping, the chat box is able to respond to you. You go on a website and you see a chat box, and you say, maybe this chat box is called Victoria, and you are chatting with a chat box and it's responding to you. So, and is able to chat with you to some extent before humans we come in. So that has been trained on so much data such that it's able to do the tasks that humans are able to do. So how is AI able to do the tasks that humans are able to do? It's because AI has been able to learn these human tasks, this our way of life, and so it's able to do the same task and even better because it's learning from different data points. It's learning from the data collected from me, from you, from different people. So it's able to learn to give better output. And just in gaming, some of you play a lot of games, and you know some you do a lot of predictive analysis in healthcare, in forecasting models, like in geography, like you do how to predict the weather conditions, and even how to predict whether there will be COVID-19, maybe COVID 2026. You can be able to predict, or you can be able to predict whether your business is going to crash in the next 2 years, or you are able to predict some fraud for, like, in the banking sector, or even some scam calls, customer engagement, social media such as Facebook. You are able to even leverage AI to search for things on your Facebook. So you are interacting with AI on a daily basis. And how is that AI built? AI is built based on data. AI relies heavily on data. It's able to learn from what we all interact with. So you feed in a lot of data and you're able to train on past experiences. And the AI is able to learn and give you of better outcomes and predictions. So with all this, the output is we're able to see driverless cars because AI is able to learn from human drivers. Data has been collected and is also able to learn based on feedback. And as we go into the models, you will learn how AI is able to learn from feedback because it's able to do this task at this point and is able to take the feedback and feed into the model and is able to train on that feedback. So anytime you hear about AI, don't think too far. Think about how the human brain works. Think about how your body works. Because if you don't think about your brain and how the whole of your system is connected with your brain, then you may not be able to understand how artificial intelligence works, because your brain is very important. Is able to have cognitive functions, and so you are able to do that. And let's talk about other applications like scheduling of elevators, self-navigating vacuum cleaners. We have a lot of other applications where this AI is able to take feedback and is able to learn from the actions. So these are some of the things you would think about when you think about AI. These are some of the things you should be imagining. So when you look at AI, just imagine how your body works, and just imagine how AI is able to work. And if you did a task last week, you should be able to do a better task this year. We did the summer school last year. We took the feedback, and even in this summer school, we're going to send you a feedback form. And when you fill that feedback form, we're going to review the feedback, and we're going to feed that input. That becomes our input into the next summer school. So if you're using an AI, that feedback is your data, and you are feeding it into your model, and it's giving you an output. And the output is going to be a better outcome. That is a better summer school next year. You are going to have a better summer school this year because we took the feedback last year and we expanded on it. And also another thing we did on the certificates, when you receive your certificate this year, you're going to see the advancement. You're going to see that we're doing better this year than we did last year, because we took your feedback and we're able to improve on it. And then we take feedback this year, and the feedback we took last year becomes our data. And the feedback we take this year becomes our data. And we're able to analyze and make better predictions on how to improve on our data science and AI summer school. And that's why last year it was a data science and AI symposium, but this year you can see the name has changed to summer school, because we took your feedback and we saw that this can expand. And that's why we are doing this. And we call that reinforcement learning, but we'll talk more about that as we move on. But this is all AI. So you are also doing AI on a daily basis, but you don't know you are interacting with AI. You did a task last week, and this week you cooked yesterday, and the food was not good. And today you want to be better at cooking. So what are you going to do? Let me give an example. Last month, I baked chicken, and the chicken was not good, and I didn't like it. And what did I do? I learned from that feedback, because I saw that the cooking was not good. So I had to go and buy a bowl where I now put the chicken in a better spot, and then before putting before putting in the autoclave and cooking it. So, and then you see the cooking was better this month, and I had like a better outcome from the chicken I ate last month, this month, to the one I ate last month. And we are all doing this on a daily basis. So when you think about AI, think about this kind of task that AI is able to do. Think about how you interact with yourself on a daily basis. So when you think about AI, don't think about, oh, it's math. It's just big science that I can't understand. No, it's something you can understand, and it's something you do on a daily basis. And that's why if AI is going to replace some entry jobs like office assistant, there won't be any office assistant in the next couple of in the next couple of years, maybe 3 to 5 years, or even now. Who is going to have office assistant when you have ChatGPT? So these are some of the things you have to think about, because AI is able to do this task because this task learn from our data. And without wasting time, I will quickly go over the branches of artificial intelligence. So we have different branches of artificial intelligence. We have machine learning, and machine learning, I will talk about that. We're going to be focusing more on machine learning and deep learning. We also, last year we did only machine learning and deep learning, but because the feedback we got from you, we added natural language processing this year. And you can see we took that feedback and we added this natural language processing. So we're already doing artificial intelligence, we're already doing AI. And this year you can see that the course we're handling is introduction to natural language processing. Maybe next summer school, you won't see intro because now we've learned the basics and now we're moving to something that is more complex. And we can just put, like, we can deal with advanced natural language processing. Last year, you may see that we did courses like basic statistics. This year, we don't have basic statistics, but we have statistics for machine learning. So we've come to an advanced level. We did things like introduction to Python or introduction to data structures in Python. But this year, we don't have introduction to data structures in Python, but we have Python programming. So it means we took that feedback and we're improving. So this is how it works. So you have different branches of artificial intelligence. And just like I mentioned earlier, we have machine learning, deep learning, and we're going to be talking more on this on the next slide. Natural language processing also, which deals more with text. And in machine learning, in most cases, you're looking for an outcome. You want to predict whether this patient has a disease or this patient doesn't have a disease. And with AI, with machine learning, I mean to say, you can be able to predict whether a patient has diabetes or doesn't have diabetes. You can be able to predict whether this patient is going to die from this disease or is not going to die from this disease. So you can be able to predict whether a customer is going to churn or not. That a customer is going to stop patronizing you or not. These are tasks you can do with machine learning. And we'll talk more on this, but also when you talk about natural language processing, is the ability of these machines to be able to understand our natural language. We all deal with natural language. So when you type something in ChatGPT and you make a lot of errors, how do you and natural language processing is able to correct and is able to know that this letter is supposed to be here and this letter is supposed to be here. If there's any mutation on a sequence, like a gene, like a sequence of, like maybe a DNA sequence, it should be able to correct where to know where the mutation is coming from. So it deals more with natural language, just like the language we speak. We speak English, you speak Spanish, you speak different languages, you speak Russian, you speak different languages. So AI, natural language processing deals with human languages, and we'll be able to expand more on this as we move on. But we also have other branches like expert systems. We have speech recognition, which AI is able to recognize our speech, and that's why when you have Siri and you just call Siri, it's able to recognize your voice. So, and that is able to is one of the advances in AI. And then we have other branches like in planning, in robotics, in vision. And we won't be able to go into this, but we'll push these slides to you. You can read more in details. But these are the branches of artificial intelligence we have. And then we also have types of machine learning. For this summer school, we'll be focusing more on machine learning, deep learning, and natural language processing. But we have this roadmap to AI. You can't just jump into becoming a data scientist or an AI engineer. You have to follow a roadmap, and the roadmap if you saw the flyer we sent to you and the messages we've been exchanging with you, we gave you some of the roadmap. If you see it, you will see that we started with basic study. We started with statistics for machine learning. Then we went to Python. Then we went to supervised learning and unsupervised. Then we're going higher. And that's a roadmap. So there is no other roadmap. Here we can just add some more things into the roadmap that you need to know. So if you want to become an AI developer, you have to start with data processing, and then you move to data pre-processing. You have to have data processing skills. How do you process your data? And then you pre-process it for machine learning. And then you have some other skills that you have to acquire: deep learning basics. You move to machine learning fundamentals. You take machine learning basics, math skills, mathematics and statistics. These are the things you have to know. You have to know programming, you have to know Python. And this, you can see, just like I mentioned earlier, you will not bypass all these processes to become an AI developer. You have to start from the basics, the very basics, understanding your data, which has to do with statistics. And statistics will teach you the outliers. You will learn more about the outliers and all that. And also, you talk about big data because you have to visualize your data. So you have to know data visualization. You have to know how to pre-process your data and feed into your AI models. You have to know the ethics in AI. You have to know how to deploy your model. But you see, you have to start with data. This is the point. And you are learning all this care, all these keys, and you are learning how to process your data, data visualization. So for here, you definitely have to start with data visualization. You visualize your data using different skills, and you are going to use Matplotlib and for dealing with your data, and then you have for making plots, Seaborn, and you have to use pandas to be able to store your data and all the packages you'll be needing. We'll be talking more about that, but we have different steps here that you need to follow to be able to become a data scientist and also an AI engineer. And these are some of the other things you have to learn. But for this summer school, we are going to focus more on this column. This is the one we are going to be focusing more on. And that's why we're talking about statistics. You have to learn statistics. You have to learn Python programming. And then you have to learn machine learning basics. So you don't have to bypass Python, and you have to start with that Python. And then as you move down, you will learn machine learning basics, and you're going to be learning that and deep learning. And then you go down to data processing and also data processing to feed into your model. And that has to do with visualization. And then you keep into model evaluation. So it starts from here. To become an AI developer, you have to start from here, and the whole process goes down, and it comes here, it goes down, and then it goes here, and then you become a lifelong learning. It's a lifelong learning process. So it doesn't have an end. You have to keep learning because things keep changing. So all this, you have to start from here, you go from here, and then from all this to become an AI engineer. And just to also mention that you need both hard skills. I just mentioned some of the hard skills there, but you need all these hard skills. I just mentioned them. You have other hard skills here: batch scripting, and all these other skills that you'll be needing. But you also need not only these skills for this machine learning and AI. You need Python programming, which is the main language. In all this, we'll be talking about Python programming. So we don't want you to get confused with R and other programming languages like C++, MATLAB, other Java and other programming languages. For machine learning and AI, Python is a popular language that we use. And Python is the most popular programming language that we have. And it's also very easy to learn compared to other programming languages. So for the sake of this summer school, we'll be dealing with only Python. And these are some of the skills that you'll be needing. You'll be learning about machine learning, supervised learning, and unsupervised learning. We'll talk about all these other skills I'll be needing. But you don't only need hard skills, you also need soft skills. Because after you get all these hard skills and you don't have these soft skills, then you are still you will still be unemployable. An employer may not be able to employ you. So you still need soft skills. You still need communication skills. You still need integrity. You still need good presentation skills, open-mindedness, because this field is an evolving field. Things keep changing on a daily basis. You need teamwork, creativity, problem-solving skills, critical thinking ability, and also organization skills. You need leadership, time management, work ethic, conflict management, and all other soft skills that'll be very beneficial for you as you move into becoming a data scientist or an AI engineer. So hard skills are not sufficient for research in our century. We're in this century, and in this century, if you have hard skills alone, we've seen a situation where some people focus only on hard skills and they don't have soft skills, and where people focus only on soft skills and they don't have hard skills. So you have to have a balance. You have to have both hard skills and soft skills. And then for machine learning, I mentioned earlier that machine learning depends on data. It depends on trainable data. And when you feed that into your model, it's going to give you an output. So you have a data here as your input. When you train it, you divide it into your train set. Train set is for training the model. Your model learns from your training data. And then you can split your data into validation and test set. And I think we have an instructor for this, and he'll be teaching us in details. For me, I'm just giving you an introduction to this. So I won't be going into more details, but I just want to let you know that your test set and your validation set is a different set that was not used in a train set. So your model is going to learn on a new set of data entirely that was not used in the training. So machine learning depends heavily on data. And that's why you need data to be able to do machine learning. And this, in the 1970s, they were able to predict imaging, like medical imaging, using this using imaging data. And machine learning has come a long way where we're able to predict outcomes such as I mentioned earlier, like speech recognition, and a lot of other tasks that we're not able to do in the 1950s. But now we're able to do that. So it's able to predict patterns. We have both supervised learning and unsupervised learning. And I'll briefly be talking about that in the next slide. But because of time, I'll be running down the slides, and then in the next sections, you will learn more on this. So we have types of machine learning. We have types of machine learning, and we have supervised learning. In supervised task, you are given a labeled data, and you're able to predict an outcome. And your outcome can be true or false. So you have a labeled data, and you have a particular output that you are expecting. So you would be able to predict maybe for a disease, like maybe a patient is having this disease, or a patient doesn't have this disease. So that's how supervised, we call it supervised because you have a target. You have something you are expecting. And that's what we call as target. You have a target value, and the target could be positive or negative. Could be have a disease or not have a disease. And that is why it's supervised. And because you have a labeled data. But in unsupervised learning, this one is task-driven. Here is data-driven, in a sense that unsupervised learning, you give a data to a model, and there is no target. You don't have target, so your model is able to learn patterns from your data. So it's unsupervised. Unsupervised because it doesn't have a target. You don't have a target output that you're expecting. You don't have true or false. You don't have whether this patient has a disease or doesn't have a disease. So it's able to predict it's able to discover new insights and learn patterns and learn new insights from your data. And reinforcement learning, on the other hand, it learns from the environment, is able to give feedback from what has been trained on before. So if you train a model, I gave you an example earlier, that is able to take feedback and work on it. So, but we'll talk more on that in the next sections. My time is running out, so I will quickly run over the next slides. Here is an overview on how the types of machine learning, and we talked about this before, but just wanted to also mention that we have all this this classification of machine learning, where we have neural networks, and neural networks in general is unsupervised because you don't have a label. You don't have you don't have an expected target. So you are training your data on you're training your model on labeled data, and that is giving you is learning is learning from your data, and is giving you some sort of like new insights into your data. And then we have different types, and from this you'll be able to learn more. You can take I will send this to you, and you'll be able to learn more on the different types of machine learning we have. My task was to give you the roadmap, and so I gave you the roadmap, and so I'll be leaving from here. I spoke briefly about this reinforcement learning. I won't be going into explaining all this, but we handle it in the next sections. And the AI revolution, we have like things keep changing. So this is a revolving field that you don't expect. You don't expect the field to stay at one place. Before, we're not having generative AI, we're just having machine learning, and we're having we're not having all these other fields. We're just having this. Before, we're having just this, but then in the recent years, we have explainable AI like Shapley values. We have Lime, we have anchors, and different methods for doing explainable AI. And now we have generative AI, large language models, natural language processing. So you can see AI is just like a big tree, where things are always changing. And that's why you have to be a lifelong learner if you want to be in this field, because things are always changing. And this is where it started, but you see it's expanding. So, and then we have autoencoders also, just the input and the output, but I will stop from there. I will be handling this, I think, in my session tomorrow, and I'll be teaching you on autoencoders. I'll go more into details on what is an encoder, what is a decoder, and what is the latent space. I'll be treating the Z space and all this in my section tomorrow. But we also have interpretable AI, and I mentioned that earlier, that AI is able to give you an output. If AI is able to give you an output that this patient has a disease, then you are able to drill down to find the factors contributing to that patient having a disease. What are the factors? You are able to quantify whether there are this patient has maybe the lifestyle and the genetics, and maybe some other factors are actually contributing to this patient having that disease. So you're able to know whether age or BMI or blood pressure or the sex of the patient actually contributes to the patient having that disease. Like in this case, you can see all the red. It means all this red contributes to the patient having a disease, but sex doesn't actually contribute. If it means if you're a female, then it's a good factor. Probably maybe some cardiovascular disease, because actually females are more safe from having cardiovascular disease as heart diseases than men. Men have more heart diseases than women. So maybe this model is just trying to tell you that that you can see is able to measure, quantify how much each of these features is contributing to this model. This is contributing 2.5, 0.5, 3.0, but this is not a risk factor, but this is a beneficial factor. So this is just part of the things we'll be talking about, this interpretable AI. And from there, I'll be stopping at that point. And just to say that we have also we have an annual conference, which is going to come up in August. We'll also be talking about AI and all these topics. So feel free to join us. And from there, I'll be glad to take any questions from you. We'll be sending these slides to you. and we be sure to ensure that we handle all these other sections in the course of the summer school. So feel free to ask any questions and to also connect with us on our social media platforms. From there, I'll be stopping and I'll be handing over to Bro Fred. Do you have any
All right,
questions?
thank you so much, sir. All right, thank you so much for an exhaustive expose on the roadmap for data science and AI. So the truth of the matter is that we cannot exhaust everything that you need to know. However, I believe that those of you who have been taking notes would have gotten one or two nuggets on the pathway, the blueprints that you need to move from a beginner or to have a career actually in data science and AI. All right, so right now we're going to go into the training proper, and I'll be introducing our instructors. We have two instructors and one TA for this session. Our instructor is going to be Mr. Alexander Mengesha, and also the second instructor two, will be Andrew Balincura. Then the teaching assistant is going to be Mr. Emmanuel Benjamin. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Alexander Mengesha immediately. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you. Yes, don't worry. Somebody's asking about the slides. Don't worry, we are going to send the slides to you either via email, or we're going to be sending it in the comment section for you to download. Okay. And then for the video, we're going to upload it on YouTube, on our YouTube channel after today. So you have an opportunity to rewatch for those of you who joined late. Is Andrew online? Andrew Balincura.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
All right. Good morning.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Ocholi Benjamin. I'm speaking to you all live from Nigeria. So today we'll be starting with statistics. Let me share my screen. But before that, I want to hear from three persons. You can drop a message on the chat box. So what is statistics to you? What is statistics? So you can just drop a short message. I'm going to look at it before we continue further. Okay. Someone said an aspect of mathematics that deal with data. Statistics has to do with collecting, organizing, and interpreting data. And another person is the collection and organization of data for use. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we can now proceed. So what I have here, statistics is the mathematical discipline of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting and presenting, and all the whole process of organization. You are presenting, you are interpreting data. And it also helps us to understand uncertainty and variation in various fields through statistical analysis, often involving probability. So under statistics for machine learning, we have data understanding and distribution. We have hypothesis testing. We have model validation, interpretation of results, ensuring robustness, regression analysis, handling uncertainty, variance analysis, and actionable insights. So how many of us here have ever taken statistics of anything? So if you've ever taken statistics of a particular project or anything, you can let me know in the chat section. So for instance, like you are trying to calculate the average marks of students in a class, or surveying example of a city's population to estimate employment rates. So these are some of the real life applications. So what have you used statistics for before? So which data did you calculate? What did you calculate with it, and all of that? So okay, I have someone here. Ayo Ajumobi said he's a statistician. Someone Agoide Mary says, I've taken statistics before. And Ogun Ranti Rilwan, statistics for biological data. I believe most of us on this Zoom meeting that have done one or two research projects must have taken statistics of all sorts before, in order to make sense of the data they collected, and in order to give a better result towards that, towards answering some of the questions. So statistics is just like storytelling. It helps us to make sense of chaos and uncertainty. So for example, now another example is that, okay, you want to know how many people do take breakfast. So you ask 100 persons, and then 60 of those people you asked, they indicated that yes, every morning they take breakfast before they are able to do any, and maybe 40 or so they don't, and all of that. So Usaka said statistics of hotels in Yola. So that's part of it. So next, we'll be looking at the types of data. Data is a collection of facts. It can be numbers, words, observations, and it is categorized into four main types. Like we have the nominal, we have the ordinal, we have discrete, and continuous data. Okay, so the first one I have on my slide, on the slide, is qualitative data. So qualitative data just tries to describe data by fitting it into categories. It's not numerical. So some of the examples I have here, gender or hometown. Okay, gender, you can be male or a female. Your hometown, okay, I'm from Nigeria. I came from so place, and all of that. And even if numerical, like the birth dates, which is specific for each individual, and it lacks mathematical sense. So next, we have the nominal data. So the nominal data, like the label variables without numerical value. So, and some of the applications they use for applications like majorly is for classifications. cannot be ordered or measured. So it is examined by grouping data into categories to calculate the frequency, the number of frequency you're talking about, the occurrence of that particular um what's it called now? Of that particular data you collected, and you find the percentage and all of that. So it's normally visualized using pie charts. So not all data is numbers. So some are just labels, like just like I mentioned, either gently like a male or a female, and some are just places. So we can group them like the nominal, the ordinal, the discrete, and the continuous. So nominal data, like, it's not just names, it can be car brands. Like we have the Toyota, and the different car brands that is best known to us. Okay, is my screen visible enough now? You don't have to unmute. Can just let me know in the chat section. So the qualitative data, just like I said, you're describing data, fitting it into categories, and includes gender, hometown, even uh, uh, numerical data, and what have you. So for the nominal data, you're trying to uh, make sense of the chaos you collected. I'm referring to data you collected. So for nominal data, it cannot be ordered or measured, but can be examined by grouping data into categories to calculate frequency or percentage. And ordinal data, it follows in natural order, but the differences between values are not um, quantifiable. So moving on to my next slide here. Interval and ratio scale data. These are numerical data types that allow for meaningful comparisons, but differ in their 0 points. First, here we have interval scale data. So interval scale data like differentiates between values that are meaningful, but there's no true 0 points. So an example here, we are talking about 0 Celsius. So for the scientists here, we know that 0 Celsius is what now? And 0 Celsius it does not denote the Next, we have the ratio scale data. For the ratio scale, sorry, are you saying something? Okay, so for the ratio scale data, it has a true 0 points, allowing for meaningful ratios. If a value is 0, the variable is absent. Weight, for example, if a particular object weighs 0 kilogram, so it's, you know that it has no weight, unlike an object that weighs 10 kilogram, 5 kilogram, or you name it. So 10 kilogram is twice as heavy as a 5 kilogram of referring to the weight of a particular thing. So the next, data collection. Data is collected from a population, all members of a population. You are referring to all members of a group, or a sample, which is a subset of the population. Samples are used when studying the entire population. When studying the entire population is not, for example, now we want to carry out a particular research in Nigeria here. So data in instances like this, data or what now? Like, you are, so you need to get data for some of those things to be possible, for you to make meaning. For example, maybe there's a disease outbreak uh, of any kind, and okay, in the 36 states in Nigeria here, we want to look at the population. In looking at the population, but first we want to streamline how are we able to collect data that will represent this whole population, that there will be no room for bias. So we now look at, okay, why not in Nigeria, looking at the 36 states? But in the 36 states, there are local governments and all of that. We can say, in terms of the sampling, where a particular number of samples will be collected in order to represent that region, so as for that region not to be left out in terms of the data collection, and also trying to provide solution to the problem, to that problem. Yes. So samples are used when studying the entire population. When studying the entire population is not feasible, and with statistical inference, drawing conclusions about the population from the sample. So before we look at the next slide, so if I may ask, what's from what I just explained, so can someone just in the chat section, what is a sample? What is a sample? So in the chat section, Agoide Mary said a sample is a representation of a population, and I can see from Dogo Abraham, he said sample is a fraction of the entire population. From HP, that's from Esther Adesina, the sample is a selected part of a whole uh, population, and someone said a subset of data. A data what now selected from a larger population. So when you talk about sample or sampling, you are looking at the whole population as large. But in the population, how are you able to thank you very much for that. You are all correct. So you are looking at how you are able to get to get data from that population in order to make informed decisions, in order to bring about a particular solution, or make a policy from the data collected. So thank you very much for that. So from someone here, sample is a fraction of data selected to represent the whole population. So there's a selection. Not you can't say you want to in Nigeria we have the total estimate of people over in millions. So trying to get all these data, you see that it's almost impossible. But if you can just break it down to collection of samples. Maybe the local government in each the local government gets a particular number of samples. You know that each region is duly represented in the data you collected. So thank you very much for your responses. From Alfred Kagwe, a sample is collected, parts of population under investigation. Thank you very much for that. So next, we'll be looking at descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics. So from the name, you are describing. So from the name, you are able to say, okay, you are trying to describe in statistics now. You are trying to describe a data. So here I have it that descriptive statistics summarize and explain data from a population sample using measures like the mean and standard deviation. They organize, represent, and explain data through charts, graphs, and summary measures. So the first we'll be looking at central tendency, popularly known as the measurements of the central tendency. So you are trying to identify a single value representing the entire distribution of the data you collected. So common measures include the mean, which we all know as average, the median, the middle value, and mode, the most frequent value. So for the mean now, okay, using for example, let me type in the chat. So for the mean, you are trying to look for the average. So from the data you collected, for example, you the average of a set of numbers. Let's say two. The first number is 2, second 1, and the third number is 2. Let's say the numbers now 2, 1, and 2. So not 212, but 2, 1, and 2. You're asked to find the mean of that number. So it's just the sum of the sum of the number divided by the sum of the number divided by the total number given. So for example now, so we have 2, 1, and 2. The sum of 2, 1, and 2 is 2 plus 1, we have 3, plus another 2, we have 5. So dividing by the total number, so we have 3 numbers there. So 5 over 3. 5 over 3. When you divide it, the answer you get there, yes, thank you very much. I have 1.667 there. So that is the mean. That is the mean of that particular number. So we are next we'll look at the median. The median of this same number given. We have 2, 1, and 2. So in terms of median, you have to rearrange from the smallest to the biggest. So starting from the smallest, now we have 1, 2, and then 2. We have 1, 2, and 2. So definition of a median refers to the middle value. So what will be the middle value now? Okay, I have a response there that the median is 2. Excellent. Thank you very much for that. From Boniface, Anthony also said 2. So you are all correct. Next, we'll be looking at mode. Mode, you are trying to look at in mode you are very observant of the frequency, and the frequency is the number of occurrence of a particular data. The number of occurrence, it just has to do with occurrence. Okay, which one appears the most? So from the data we have 2, 1, and 2. So if we are to look for the median, if we are to look for the mode, what will be the mode? Okay, I have some answers in the chat section from Boniface Anthony. Mood is 2. Thank you very much. Occurring twice out of 3. Yes, excellent. We have 2. We have from HP, the mood is still 2. Egide 2. Agoide Mary 2. Verse 2. Thank you very much. You are all correct. From Bright Olufemi, he just summarized everything together. The median is 2 and the mode is 2. So you are all correct. It means we are all following. So just a minute. Okay, I see your question, Boniface. It is well noted, so it will be answered during the question and answer session. So I just dropped a question on so we can just try and attempt that while I move forward with variability, which is spread. So for under variability, you describes the dispersion of the data sets. So the key measures are variance and standard deviation, showing how data points scatter from the mean. So I believe we already have an idea on the measures of central tendency. Anywhere you hear that, you know that they are referring to mean, median, and mode. So here we are talking about variability, and it describes the dispersion of the data sets. The key measures are variance and standard deviation, showing how data points scatter from the mean. So after looking for the mean and then looking at how sorry, can see some answers have started coming in. Please hold on a bit. Okay, 2, 8, 6, 4. Okay, now we'll move on to frequency distribution. So for the frequency distribution, it describes the occurrence of data within the data set, and it is often represented by count. So the next thing we'll be looking at is percentiles and quartiles. So in percentiles and quartiles, uh, percentiles indicates the value below which a certain percentage of data points lie. Quartiles divide a data set into 4 equal parts. We have the first, second, third, and the fourth. So the first quartile, you're looking at the 25th percent quartile, marking the middle of the lower half of the data. The second quartile talks about the 50th the 50th percentile, which is the median of the entire data set. Remember, we say the median has to do with after everything, after getting your data, talking about numbers, and you calculate, and what lies in the middle. What lies in the middle refers to your median, and anything you get there falls within the second quartile. Anything you get as for trying to understand this, anything you get falls within the second quartile. And for the third quartile, we have which is the 75th percentile, marking the middle of the upper half of the data. Sorry, coming. Okay, we'll get a broader explanation on during the hands-on session which will be taken by the instructor himself. Okay. So the 5 numbers summary, the minimum, the first quartile, the median, which is second quartile, and then the third quartile, provides a concise overview of data distribution, how data after collected, presented on the plot, so how it is represented, and including its center, the spread center, talking about the median, the spread. It can either be either of the quartiles, and the range, and also it is used in box plots to visualize these aspects and identify outliers. Next, we'll be looking at correlation and covariance. Correlation and covariance. So correlation and covariance both measure the relationship between 2 variables, but they differ in what they quantify. For correlation, it measures the strength and direction of a linear relationship between 2 variables, ranging from -1, which is strong negative, 2 + 1, strong positive. It is a dimensionless value. Okay, talking about correlation, for the Nigerians or the call, I know we all know suya. So have you seen Or have you, I know we all must have tasted suya before, or let me say, must have eaten meat before. So has there been any time where you've been where you are eating meat and then you are sad? So trying to explain correlation. So one thing becomes a precursor for the other. One thing uh one thing one event now determines the outcome, the what will happen of the other. Talking about just like this example I gave. So I can want to say, I can want to carry out a research that, okay, carry out a findings in order to draw insights from it, and then to talk about it, that uh, you can happiness comes with eating meat. Because I have never seen, I don't know if any of you have seen someone eating meat before and then is now sad, crying, and then eating meat. So these are some kind of examples that will help us understand correlation. So ice cream sales and temperature. That's the plot we have on the screen here. So we have people that take ice cream and how happy they are, and all of that. So the next is covariance. Measures how much two variables change together. Positive covariance means they move in the same direction, while negative means inverse, moving inversely. So unlike correlation, it is measured in units and does not indicate the strength of the relationship, like the study time. And so another example for correlation, to use another example for correlation, is just like studying and then getting good grades. So if yes, studying appropriately, yes, to be specific, so you study appropriately, and because there are some who say, okay, they study and see yet their results are nothing to write home about. So you study appropriately and getting of good results. So while in covariance, all this there's no cause and effect. There's there's no cause and effect, and they don't move in the same direction. We have the positive covariance and also the negative or the inverse covariance. So unlike correlation, it is measured in units and does not indicate the strength of a relationship. So let me know, what examples do we have on correlation? So let me hear from us. What examples do we have on correlation? So you can let me know in the chat section. Mode is 2 and 3. Okay, I'm seeing your answers. Okay, Ilechukwu Amos Ope said the median is 3. The median is 3. Yes. The median is 3. Mean is 3.3. Okay. The mean okay, your name is not visible, can't pronounce in Russian. So the median is 3. Mode is bimodal. So thank you for pointing that out. So we have unimodal, bimodal, and yes, thank you very much for that. So 2 and 3 are bimodal. So the mean for Joshua Favor 3.3, the mode 2 and 3. Thank you very much for that. So the some of the examples of correlation I have in the chat section. We have, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you for the observation. So the first one I have here, ice cream sales and temperature. Thank you very much for that. Injection and facial facial disposition. Thank you very much for that. Okay, nobody likes to be injected. Thank you very much for that. And correlation, trying to talk about correlation, we have speed with acceleration. Yes, the higher you go, the faster. Yes. Thank you very much for that. Study time increases student grade. Okay. Thank you very much for that. In Nigeria context, riches and chicken. Okay, yes, you have to be rich. So okay. Thank you for pointing out. You're okay. I'm seeing that. Thank you very much. Okay, so for another one we have is effects on private and public studies in secondary school. Okay, okay, like for the private, they tend to teach more, and they see in public. They well, thank you very much for that verse. So from Susanna, we have an example of correlation was seen in the increase of COVID deaths with respect to location. Okay, thank you very much for that. So it means we are following. It means we are following. Sorry. Yes. Sorry, there was a slide we missed. So I will just try and explain this before moving forward to the next slide. So skewness, what is skewness? It is a measure, it measures the asymmetry of a distribution, indicating how much it deviates from a symmetrical normal distribution. A normal distribution has no skewness, with its mean, median, and mode being identical. So under the types of skewness, we have the positive skewness and the negative skewness. For the positive, they say for the positive it is right skewed, and the distribution is shifted to the left with the tail on the right side. The mean is greater than the median, which is greater than the mode. So the mean being greater than the median and then the mode. So let me try with this example. For example, now you are at a party, and so out of 10 persons, so there's ice cream there. Out of 10 persons, okay, there's a place you go and scoop ice cream. Okay, and so the data, I'm just using an illustration. The data was collected by the number of times a particular individual scooped ice cream. So for the first person, so out of 10, we have one person didn't even scoop at all one person didn't scoop at all, and the rest of them scooped, let's say, one time. So from this data we have now, remember, we have 1 in 9 places, and then we have 1 in 9 places, and one person did not even scoop at all. One person from those individuals did not even scoop at all. So checking out so what will be the mean of that distribution? What will be the mean of that distribution? So in order for us to understand when it is when the skewness is positive or negative. So what will be the um what will be the mean of that distribution? So you can let me know in the chat section. So the distribution of data. Okay, let me type in we have 0, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so I just dropped a message in the chat section. Find the mean, median, and mode of this distribution now. What is the mean, the median, and the mode of this distribution? So in a party, we have 10 persons, and try to see the number of times they scooped ice cream. So there's this place, there's this bowl or what now? They go and scoop ice cream from. So one of those persons did not even scoop at all. One of those persons did not even scoop at all, and it's showing. That's why it's we have 0 there, and 9 individuals out of 10. 9 individuals out of 10 scooped just one time. So we see that the mean is 0.9, the median is 1, and the mode is 1. So let's see if it's a positive skewness or a negative skewness. So for positive skewness, the distribution is shifted to the left with a tail on the right side. The mean of a positive skewness is greater. The mean is greater than the median, which is greater than the mode. So that's when we are able to say it is okay. Okay, let me thank you very much for that. That person with your name in Russian. So thank you very much for that. Okay, let me see your answers. If it's a positive or a negative skewness. Okay, mean 0.9. Okay, so this now, Patience J. Audu. Patience J. Audu, please, you are writing on the screen so as for us not to. Okay, thank you very much for that, Susanna, Mustafa, Samuel Ushimba, Susanna, Adeniran, we have Vase. So is it a positive or a negative skewness? Okay, Ayo Ajumobi said a negative skewness. Okay, I saw a message, Alpha Joseph. Susanna said negative skewness. However, the mode is equal to the median. The mode, yes, the mode is equal to the median. Okay. Let me stop sharing. Okay, thank you very much for that, admin. Let me go on to. Okay, so in the chat section, uh, okay, negative from August said negative skewness. However, the mode is equal to the median. The message is acknowledged, admin. Yes. No, from Izu Agba favor Ogadima, he said no skewness because mean, mode, and median are the same. No, mean is less than the median, which is equal to the mode, negative skewness. So if your answer was negative skewness, you are completely right. So it shows that we understand this illustration I made. So thank you very much for that. It also shows that we are indeed following the explanation. So another logic to it is that for positive, for someone saying something. So for positive skewness, you realize that, okay, going by this data, you realize that just one one uh one data now, how I want okay, you understand that zero is able to shift the effect of that zero is able to shift the to cause and effects now. So the cause of that zero now, so the effects, the results in a negative. So the zero can be any number, but as far as the mean now, every sorry, as far as the mean is less than the median, and then it's less than the mode. In this our own case, our mean was 0.9, and for the median was 1, and the mode, the one that occurred the most, was 1. So in that order, so we can now we all agree that it is a case of a negative skewness because it was. This is this is from the data. So the data can come in different ways. So when you see something like that, you are able um to draw insight, and based on your calculations and give the answer based on that. So mean must be less than the median and be less than, the emphasis is on the mean. Exactly. So thank you very much for that, Ayo Ajumobi. But from explanation, median, from Augustine, from your explanation, median less than mode. Could it be that it should rather be median is less than or equal to the mode? No, the explanation is Ayo said that is less than or equal to. Okay, so it's the positive, and the whole idea of it It's not far-fetched. So your mean, for you to have a positive skewness, the mean should be greater than the median and also greater the median, which is greater than the mode. And for a negative one, the mean is less than the median and also less than the mode, just like what we've seen here. Okay, so we can move forward. So some of your questions will be noted during the Q&A. So I think, okay, so just this is the last slide. Then we can now move on to the next session. Okay, so what we are looking at now is hypothesis testing and distributions. So what is a hypothesis? A hypothesis. So hypothesis testing determines if experimental results are meaningful by setting a null hypothesis. Also can also say a no difference and an alternative hypothesis will affect. The p-value indicates statistical significance compared to an alpha level, Okay. So on that hypothesis, we have the normal distribution, symmetrically distributed data with no skew, forming a bell curve. Mean, median, and mode are identical. The empirical rule is 65, 95 to 99.7 describes the value distribution around the mean. So we have this standard normal distribution, which is a normal distribution with mean of 0 and standard deviation of 1, converted using the z-score the log normal distribution, which is a continuous probability distribution, where the logarithm of the random variable is normally distributed, often seen in wealth or salary distributions, and the power law distribution, which is a functional relationship where the relative change in the results in one quantity results in the proportional relative change in another, often following the 80-20 rule. So the whole idea of the 80-20 rule has to do with, okay, for example, now you have 8 cars, but you get to realize that you have 10 cars. So trying to break down the 80-20, you have 10 cars. You realize that at the end of the day, most people, even if they have plenty of toys and all of that, you see that they find out that at the end of the day, only 20% of those things are what they actually utilize, are what they actually make use of. So I mean, I don't know. I wanted to explain this hypothesis, like giving an example. Can I have 2 minutes? I understand my time is up. Okay, so I'll just proceed with. So for null hypothesis, so for hypothesis now, you have a coin. You know, for a coin, we have two sides. We have the head and the tail end of a coin. So you flip a particular coin 10 times, and 9 of those times you realize that, okay, what you get is a head, or maybe you are in a place, okay, you are trying to make meaning of what is actually going on. They are flipping coins, and on 9 out of 10 times they flipped those coins. The results they got was the head part of the coin. So you're trying to, okay, make meaning of it. Now your hypothesis will be like, okay, your non hypothesis, you're trying to, okay, well, it's my, okay, all what it can be, it's you are trying, you ask yourself a question: is it either chance, or it's either due to luck that they keep on getting the heads and are not detailed, or the whole system is rigged? Then you set up your null hypothesis and you see, okay, so your hypothesis is, okay, you want to assume that okay, the whole system is fair. There's no there's no there's no there's no irregularities, there's no alteration of the system and all of that, for them to be getting the heads, and heads 9 out of 10 times. Then you now move on to do your you now move on to do your calculation to see, okay, if actually everything is all well with the system, and no other altercation with the system. Sorry, hold on a bit. Okay, so you now check, okay, you're trying to prove that, well, assuming all is well, that, okay, they've not altered with the system, and not, then you now look at, okay, the answer you get from it. Sorry, just a bit. Okay, you are trying to assess your p-value to see the significance, whether it is significant or not. So that's where the greater than 0.5 or the less than 0, when at the end of the day, when you do make your calculations and you get your results, then you can now draw the inference that, okay, from what you, okay, is it statistically significant? Is That's when you are able to say, okay, you are going forward with your hypothesis from the onset, that, okay, it is a fair one based on your results, whether the p-value is significant with or it is not significant. So significance less than 0.05, or not uh, significant, which is greater than 0.05. So that's we've come to the end of this session. So thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you so much. I want to confirm that you can hear me. Can you hear me? I'm actually getting an echo here.
Okay, you're audible. I
Yes,
can
sir,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Mr. Emmanuel Benjamin, for that awesome, prolific, and very insightful teaching session there. So I want to believe that we're able to follow through from the beginning up to where he stopped. Okay, because right now we are going to go into the next session, which is the hands-on session, where we'll be, practicalizing or getting to do what we have been taught. It's a hands-on session, all right? So after this session, we'll now go into Q&A. who have questions. So I know you already have questions. I understand that. Just keep them until we get to question and answer session. So at this point right now, I'm still going to invite you back again, our instructor, Mr. Emmanuel. So you're going to be telling us what we need to do regarding the classwork. This looks like a classwork kind of. You're going to be doing something with your PC. So if you are at home, if you're in the office, wherever you are right now, you need to, prepare, because we'll be asking you to do something and then you would give us feedback for what you're going to be doing. Okay. So, Mr. Emmanuel, can you go ahead, just show us what we need to do as our activity for the hands-on session? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Alex. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is
Good afternoon.
Alexander Mengesha. I lead the session in lab practice for statistics for machine learning. So I'd like to say welcome the participants in the data science summer school. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Do you see? Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, I can see your screen, Alex. I can see your screen.
Okay. So I think you have get enough information about statistics for machine learning, or the basic statistics of the need for machine learning. The mean, the median, the mode, those are the mandatory concepts that apply in a machine learning course. So before you deep dive into machine learning, you should be familiarized in some basic concepts of statistics, like the previous presentation. So whether you come from any discipline, social science, natural science, if you further enhance your machine learning concepts, you should be familiar with the concepts of basic statistics, like central distribution statistics, mean, median, mode, and the other basic statistics. So I introduced to these concepts applying in machine learning with Python programming language. Uh, as a developing area, there are a number of platforms that Python should run. One is Jupyter Notebook. It is a well-known Python environment. So you should use in any devices, whether you use Mac user, Windows users, or Linux users. You can use Anaconda for using Jupyter Notebook. The other platform is Google Colab. Google Colab is another developing area for using machine learning project. I prefer to use Jupyter Notebook on my Anaconda. So when it comes to the introduction part, Python is a general level programming language that is a very high level language and with rich libraries. It is very easy for human being, uh, and it is slightly more heavy for machines. So as a human, it cultivates within short period of time. You can be more experienced in Python. So here in statistics for machine learning, we apply three data sets which are available in public sites. The data found in world data, which is life expectancy data, national GDP data, and population data. We will explore the three more data in detail, and finally merge the three and get more insights about that. I think it is better to open my video. Okay. So if you open your installed Anaconda and you click on launch Jupyter Notebook, the home environment will look like this. I think I will share the whole screen. Is it visible? The Jupyter Notebook homepage. Hello, please drop in the chat section. So when you open the Anaconda, which is you launch the Jupyter Notebook, the environment will look like this. So from this environment, you can create the folder, then create a Python file, and finally you can download your file as Anaconda as Python extension. On the on Google Colab, the Google Colab environment is look like this. It is the same to that the Jupyter Notebook environment. So any features you experienced in the Jupyter Notebook also available that on the Google Colab. There is a file, edit, this is the tab. When you click the file, you can locate your file in your email. You can move to another place. You can upload another notebook or you can open another notebook and you can copy this notebook to with your GitHub and you can do any function when the same as in Jupyter Notebook. So the first thing in the basics library in Python for statistics is pandas. Panda is you use Panda for simulating your data in XY axis, which is called row and column axis. So you know what is a row and you know what is column. So Panda doing like this. Software library being additional functionality to your Python environment are usually improved in this way. You can build anything before you do. So when you do in machine learning project, the first thing you can do is inserting libraries or like that. Import pandas and import numpy. The numpy is for numerical calculations, for treating missing values. For any mathematical calculation, you should use numpy. So I import numpy as np and pandas as pd. The other thing after I import my basic library, the second thing what I do is read my file. I download my life expectancy data from here. So I read my
Alex.
file. Yes.
Hello, Alex. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you please share the notebook and the can you hear me, please? Can you
Okay.
share it in the the section, the comment section, so
Yes,
that
I
others
do.
can follow through? Yeah.
Okay, that
Share
is good.
the Jupyter notebook
Okay,
and data in the comment box. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
good.
Well, you can continue your presentation. I'm trying to share the file to us now. So Alexander, you can continue your presentation.
Good. Yeah, that is good. Share it. Good. Uh, so, okay, to go with them, first share the file. I drop here the Jupyter notebook in the Google Colab. But you should download the files before you run the code. You should download the all the three data sets. After you open this, Okay, so we rename our dataset, which is our dataset name is def. So we start to read our data, which is pd.read.csv. It's so our data is now loaded into the def variable. So you can call def variable anywhere in your data. In this notebook, you should access the whole data set, the whole data set. So when you see the first five heads, the first 5 rows of your column, you should do your data frame name dot head. By default, when you do dot head, the first 5 rows will be extracted, and if you customize it, you may be 10 rows, or you may be 100 rows, as much as your system can process. You can visualize it. So the Python index starts from 0 up to n minus 1. So I will order to extract 10 rows of the dataset. So it is extracted 0 up to 9. Okay, I'm not clear. Notebook with the comment section, a notebook in Anaconda. I don't understand the steps from there. Susanna, I'm sorry, I did not call you correctly. If you have installed Anaconda, for participants who have installed Anaconda, listen me. If you have already installed Anaconda, you should go in your start button of your computer. You should go to the start button and write Anaconda Navigator or Anaconda Jupyter. When you start Anaconda Jupyter, it will open in your system's default browser. So your code and the download dataset should be reside in the same location. Bear in mind the same location. So you don't need to rewrite the paths. They are in obsolete paths. So you should only run the codes. So when you do head data frame dot head, you extract the first 10 rows. The same to that when you execute def dot tail, you extract the last 5 rows in default, and you should customize. You should do 10 whatever number you want. So the tail built-in function extracts the last 5 rows in a default. Why? So you can do that. Okay, what I can do here. Okay, Emmanuel, you write a good step. So you should follow that step. First, open Anaconda Navigator or launch Jupyter Notebook in your terminal. Browse it will open showing your computer folders. Navigate to where IPA file is found, saved, which is the file we share you. Click the file, it opens and it's ready to run. Then follow me. So when you do your data frame name dot sample. It extracts the sample rows from your dataset. Now, this is the sample part. It is not when you run many times, it changes the samples. It changes the samples. For example, when def.sample of 20, such types of rows extracted. When I do an again time, another types of sample also extracted. As I told you, Python is very human level understanding language. So the words that the keywords is also like to human language. So when you do your data frame name dot information, which is called info, you can get number of informations about your data set. Wait, I will do this. What I really share you. Wait me 1 minute. 1 minute. I will share you the file if you are not downloaded. So if you do your data frame dot info, you have get a number of informations about your data set. Like this, uh, your columns, your class types, whether your data set has missing value or not. You can check that. You take an example. This data set has 20,755 entries. 0 to this is indexed, which has 4 columns. The column names are entity, code, year, and life expectancy. So it requires the memory storage that it required, which is the fundamental part which I show you. Where the another thing is data type. In machine learning, there is a data type. When you do machine learning project, you should focus on your data type. So in nature, the data type may have it is object data, which represents strings or text. The other represent integers or in whole numbers, floating point numbers, numbers with decimals, which may be bool. It is Boolean value, true, false, 0 or 1, present or absent. It may be the data type is like that. Date time data type, it presents the dates and the times. Time delta, it presents difference between dates and the times. Category type data type, it may be fixed set of possible values. So this is just the expected data types that your data set may contain. It may contain object and integers. It may contain float and bool. It may contain the whole of this data type. So you should be convert this all into numeric, which is because machine learning algorithms understand in numeric way and do its learning process in number. So rather than tree-based algorithms, the traditional machine learning algorithms need to the data type changed into numeric. So you should convert to that.
Hello,
When you do,
Alex. Alexander.
yes, yes,
So
yes.
can you help grant people access to the Google Colab so that those who are not able to use Jupyter Notebook, they can easily gain access to the Google Colab? It seems you have to go to your Google
Yeah,
Drive and grant people access to the to the Google Colab.
So, okay. So I go with the Google Colab.
No, I'm just saying if you can grant people
Okay.
access to it, you can use either of
Is it
them
visible now?
or to demo, but yeah, people are not able to like
Okay.
gain access to the Google Colab.
Okay. 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 Grant access to the Google Colab. Okay. 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 I relate it now. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Let me. Okay. I think it is accessible. Sorry. Do you check now? It is accessible now. It is not.
Yes, it works
It is
now.
not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you all confirm that you can access the data now, please? All right. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Alex, go ahead.
Okay. 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 So when you do your data frame dot describe, which is you need to more about information in your data set. So the describe Python built-in function will give you an information, the count of your data set, which is our data set count has this type of this number of counters. So when you describe it, the count is also the same. So you have when you describe your dataset, so you have get the count information, how many number of rows your dataset contain. So you have get such like information, the mean value of your dataset. Also you can access it, the mean value of the dataset, the standard deviations of dataset, the minimum values of your dataset that the 25 interquartile range, the 50%, 25%, the maximum value in their dataset. You have access on this informations. So as we say, statistics is the mandatory and the best for machine learning due to this. Because every machine learning algorithm is built in statistical models, or the working structure of machine learning algorithm is mathematics. So you should understand the mathematical part of the algorithm so as to get more insights about your dataset. So you have an information about your dataset. So how many number of rows of dataset, the mean value of your dataset, standard deviation, the minimum value of your dataset, then the quartile range, and the maximum value of the dataset. The other one is selecting the data. Select data in pandas is another basic concept in pandas, which is called series. The first way to select all values in a series, you can specify with square brackets your data frame name, a data frame name, then this is a column name. In the place of series, you should put the column name. Where series is a column name. So when I do df of entity, which is called the df of entity values is generated. If you are in Google Colab, you should check on running the notebooks. But when you run your code, you should be download your data and upload the data on your Google Colab. If you guys run on the Google Colab, download the data, then upload your data on your Google Colab or on your drive, then access the data from your drive. If you are not working on your local, which is not in Jupyter Notebook, you should do this First, upload your data on your drive, then access your data from your drive, then follow these steps. Are you all with me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
To send messages from the chat. He has granted access. Okay. The granted data is also in the Google Colab. Good. Yes, grant. Yes. Okay. Me there. Please, I can't find life expectant data set. Okay. Okay. When you open your life expectant, when you open the Google Colab and click the link life expectancy, it goes to the data set. Then you can download. All the three links are working correctly. So you don't need to share the data set. You can download it. Okay. So when I do df of entity, I can access the such files. The entity is which is called the country name. So the country name is extracted. The other part is when I do the entity dot value counters, which is the entity column contains have get such information. Take an example: the Sweden 271 times repeated in the United Kingdom. These are the value counts contained in the data set. The value counts contain the data set. So you should confirm this after you download the data set. You open the Excel data set and you can confirm it. How the value counts work. The other basic thing is when you extract two columns of your data, from your data set, you can do this. Def, then double square brush. In the square brush, you could type the needed column names. So I put entity with code. The country name with its assigning code. Take an example. This is the entity name, which is the country name, and it is what the assigned code. The other thing, when I get to find the unique values in the entity, contain df.entity, df of entity, you can read this df of. When you read column names in square brush, you should use preposition of. So when you do df of entity dot unique, you can access the unique values of your entity columns. Take an example from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. Is all the unique values in the dataset contain. The life expectancy dataset contains 6 types countries. So you have you should describe the number of what is the other thing here. I can check def.shape. This counts what the number of to show the number of rows and the number of columns. To show the number of rows and the number of columns, you should use the shape keyword. When I do need the column names, columns. So my data set has entity column, code, year, life expectancy, and the data type is mostly object. Hello. After you get such types of information from your data, such types of information from your data, you can check your data set has missing value or not. The best part in data analysis project is the first thing you should be check whether your data set has missing value or not. missing value technically your machine learning algorithm has not been trained well. If your data set has a missing value, there may be biased learning, so you should treat the missing values first. Whether the missing values occurred during data collection, or you should know about the strategy of missing values. In data science, missing values may come from missing at random or missing completely at random. So you should be now the strategies why that part is missing. After you understand the strategy of missing value, you should be treat using missing value treatment. As you learned introduction to statistics for machine learning course, the mean is the average distribution of the data pointers. The median, also the center point, which is in even or odd distribution. The mode is the most frequently appearing element or data point in the distribution. So such values are used for treating the missing values. The first thing is you can check whether your data set has missing value or not. So when you check this def.isnal.sum, though the entity column has no any missing value, sorry. Do you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
Okay,
I
okay.
can hear you.
Thank you. So you can get the maximum values of your column name, and you can get the minimum value of your column name, and it may be helpful for your data analysis part. When I take an example, check the maximum value of your column. It is in
But Alex, can you
2022,
share your
and
screen?
okay. Sorry. Now it is visible. Okay, so the maximum value of the year column is in 2022 and the minimum value is in 5043. Those are the minimum and the maximum values of year column in our data set. The other type good keyword for used to extract rows is log. We can select specific rows and columns with log function method. The parameter can be numbers indicating the index of row or column or named index. You can pass single row index in case we are passing 0, which means the first row. Take an example, def of log of def dot log of 10, which is extracted the first 10 rows. You should do def of log 0, which is entity. You should extract, you can do def dot log 012 entity with code, that the column names need to be extracted. The same to that, I can do up to 500 rows. Those are other things, filtering our data. We use a query. We use a query function. The query method is very powerful and can be extended and combined to filter data frame in any number of ways. So you can use double equal operator, def query year 50 43. So the equal sign, this double colon extracts only exact value only, the exact value. Take an example, def dot query year 50 1543, which is extracted 1543, entity name United Kingdom, code GPR, year this, and life expectancy was this. So if someone wants, if you are a data analysis or if you have do analyze this data and someone asks you what was life expectancy in UK or what was the life expectancy in 1543, so the UK was extracted and it was 33.94 life expectancy. The lesson operator will return any rows where year is smaller than 180. So def dot query year less than 18. So the code value, this is missing, indicates a name value. This is indicates a missing value. Year 1970 up to 18 is extracted. The life expectancy was this. You can do this. You can do any unique values of your data, which is def dot query year less than 18 of entity dot any unique. You can do this and it extracts 9 rows in this case. More ways to use query in a different perspective. To an example, def dot query entity, which is called Ethiopia. Entity Ethiopia. So entity Ethiopia, the country code like this, the year 1950, life expectancy was like this. So what was the life expectancy in Ethiopia? In 2021, it was almost 65%, which is 64.94. So this data is a global data set. So when you can check this in Google, because this data set, the Google in any model can train the model using the Okay. So def.query entity Nambia or entity Zimbabwe year 2010. You can do this.
So Alex, we lost you. Can you also share your screen?
Oh, okay. Okay. Now is it? When you use a def query and to extract two and more rows using different operators, you should know about the working principle of the operators. The end operator works the both values, the left and right side are true and it executes true, but either of the two is false, it executes false. But the OR operator works either of the two is true and both of the two are true, it executes true. So when Taman asks you what was the life expectancy in Zambia or Zimbabwe when the year 2010, sure. DF of query entity which is called Nambia or entity which is called Zimbabwe and year which is called 2010. So you should see you can observe that the entity name is which is a country name is Nambia and Zimbabwe. The year which was 2010 and the life expectancy was like this. So you can customize any query using your data frame name dot query, and in the query operation part, you can customize based on your questions. Based on your questions, you can do more in detail by your own. More ways to filter data. Customize your query. Query method is very useful, but there are other ways to query the data. We can use race query directly def year which is equal to 5043. So in the 5043, the United Kingdom life expectancy like this was. This is the same to that. So this is all about the statistical part of the statistical part of our data. To get more information about our data, to fit more or to extract more insights about our data, we should do these statistical concepts in our data. This is all about done in pandas. Pandas. So you guys, you read to pandas module by going to pandas.com. You can read more about pandas. The other best thing is plotting our data to see our data pattern. To see our data's pattern, data set pattern, we should plot it. We should plot it or visualize our data in different ways. Using line chart, bar chart, histogram, box plot, density, area, pie chart, scatter plot. You can use such types of plot. We can plot our data in a different way, but the plotting type and the data point that we need to plot is different. You should select the appropriate plotting type and the way it represents. Take an example. I need to plot the life expectancy of Ethiopia, which is in respect to year. So def.query entity Ethiopia plot year in the x-axis and y in the life expectancy in the y-axis. So if you have seen, the life expectancy is starts for around in 1950 and it goes to up and down. Almost in 2020, it is less than 65. Are you with me, all guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have not been granted access. Cloud data set is step 4. Run the notebook cells by. Okay. Okay. So follow me. If you have any challenges you face, type here, and any questions you can type here, and we will discuss it. Questions are more good rather than presenting. So this visualization makes more description rather than only in numerical way. From the graph, you can generalize the life expectancy of the country Ethiopia from 1950 around 1950 up to 1920. There is a up and down way of life expectancy in the country, and almost Daesh life expectancy is around 65. This is the line chart. This is the line chart. This is as you know, this is the x-axis there in the x-axis, and the life expectancy of the dependent part is y-axis. The another part is fixing bar charts. So what I use is country where the entity called United Kingdom and the year and life expectancy. So like this, which is life expectancy of UK is more than 72, the general life expectancy, more than 70. You can like this, you can sort values in your data set. You can visualize, you can combine number of visualizations in one. Take an example, UK and Ethiopia's life expectancy. You can do like this. Have you seen the life expectancy of the two country? You can do like this and get more information about that. You can do pivot table. This is another visualization. This is another visualization using variables in filter method. The number of entities, styling plot, such like that. So the other data set, national GDP data set, when you read the GDP data set, there's an entity code year, GDP per year. When described like the previous this information, so the basic thing is merge the two data set and get more insight from the data. Merge the population data set and the life expectancy data set and understand more, or do your project or whatever purpose. We use the def merge method allows to merge data frames on or more columns. Look at this. So when merging, we should see the inner join, outer join, left join, and right join. We want to merge code and year. There are two columns which are both in the two data sets, code and year. So you can specify both columns in zone parameter. We are choosing left for how parameter. This means it will keep everything in the left data frame, keep and add to the values from the right GDP where possible. So merge def, which is equal to def of merge, def, which is the life expectancy data set, GDP, which is the population data set. You can merge with on operator with the column names of code and year, and how left is what keep. Those are the merging methods. So this is, and it takes the previous one. This is the code, this is the year, the life expectancy, entity, and the GDP. So then now the columns are, the rows are increased from 20,755 to 34,795 rows with 6 columns, additional 6 columns. Here we can fix bad merging technique. So in if you have seen, there is a null value also add in the merging. The null values also add. So we should to read this null values, we should apply another technique. The merged data frame has these rows. When doing left merge, we'd expect to have exactly the same amount of rows as left data frame. This is the previous data frame, which is the life expectancy data frame. So what went wrong? So what makes wrong? Here we can see that there are these rows, but not all of them are null value. Or for the code column, there was a missing value. From this data, the whole rows in the code column, there was a missing value. So we should treat that. Similarly, on the population data set, not all are null value. There was a missing value. If you use this, there was a missing value here, and there was a missing value here data set. This is the total data set. From this, some are from this data set, which is from this around this are non-null data set or null data, though the remaining parts are null data. Null. From this are null data, and the remainings are null. So we should treat that and merge only non-missing values. We could unique and do a technique which is called def of code is null entity. We can check. We can do this def of filter def code dot not null. This code extracts only rows which is not null. It is not included in the null column. So in 19,061 rows were extracted. The remaining rows are null. So when you extract also the population data set, it extracts 10,162 rows are selected. So now we can merge that because they are clear data set. These are the addition of left operator. So we can remove that. Now our data set is merged, which is a column of the two, which is the rows of the summations of the two, 19,000 and 10,000 rows. So after you merge it, now you can plot and whatever you can do. And after pre-process, you can apply a machine learning model. I think for the time being now, we did stop here and go for Q&A session or specifically for this part questions, because it is a lab-oriented part, and I go only, and I was not checking you all are with me or not. But okay, then the browse in the chat section. Input is places if I was Jupyter. Oh, there's a basic steps are written in the chat section. Okay, this is the introduction part of statistics for machine learning in Jupyter notebooks. So this is all about what the basic statistics what look like the application of basic statistics in machine learning. This the introduction part. We do not get into train any machine learning model, but we will explore. We will see the details of the data, what it looks like, and how to merge it. And you can do by your own. And if you have any questions, we'll come and we will discuss more here. Hello. If you have any Jupyter Learning State, launch Jupyter Notebook. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, thank you very much, Alex, for the wonderful session.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so while we are taking questions, I wanted to just mention that for some who are coming from social sciences, humanities, and arts, this may be something that is very new to you, but we encourage you to watch these videos. These videos, the recordings will be posted on our YouTube channel, and also if you can watch the ones of last year and follow the steps we put in a comment box. That will be very helpful to you. And also feel free to ask any questions you have. This is quite, it's an easy thing if you want to run it with Google Colab. So you just simply download a data set and launch the link. The link to the Google Colab has been provided. Then just kindly upload that data and then you can be able to run the notebook. It's as easy as that. So, but if you have more questions, feel free to send messages to us. We'll be there to answer you. And in this Q&A session, we are going to be taking questions from you. Keep asking questions to Alexander. And if you have any concern to send us a text, send us a text. We're going to push the data sets to you and also the link to these Jupyter notebooks. So you have everything and you can be able to go over it. But while we are in Q&A, we are going to be taking our attendance. So the Q&A session is ongoing. We'll be closing at 12 noon West African time. But if you have any questions to stay back, all the instructors and the TAs will stay back for about 30 minutes or more to answer your questions. So if you are confused, we are not going to go away. We're going to stay back and answer all your questions before we go for our lunch. So you will see the attendance list very soon. You will see the attendance link. And in the attendance, you will also see a quick quiz. We want to give you a quick quiz. So we close the Google form after this session, so you won't have access to the Google form after a couple of minutes. So you will have to be fast in completing the attendance link, taking your attendance. So you just find a couple of questions. They are not actually very difficult questions, but if you are following everything, I think those questions should be quite easy for you to answer. Thank you. Prof. Fred, you can take over from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can take over, Prof. Fred.
Okay, sorry, I'm having a technical glitch. All right. Just a moment, please. Just
Okay, in the chat section, I just wish the procedure that could be taken again, but since the videos will be available on YouTube, I can just wait and revise when they have been uploaded. Okay. Okay, let me give 2 minutes and explain the procedures how you configure Python, whether you on Jupyter Notebook or Anaconda. I mean Google Colab. As a beginner, I friendly recommend you to use a Jupyter Notebook to start your Python. So the first thing is find Google Colab on your default browsers, whether you use Chrome or whatever browser. So you should search Google Colab, then open it, and if you do data analysis, such like you should upload the dataset first. You should upload our dataset. Upload our dataset. Then after uploading your dataset, right, the next thing is mount your dataset and email. Mount your dataset and email. Mount your dataset from google.mount, import drive, then mount your dataset. After you mount the dataset, follow those all steps without any doubt. It is working correctly. If you are preferred to use Google Colab. But someone when you use Jupyter Notebook on Anaconda, you should start your Anaconda, then find Jupyter Notebook and launch it. It open with your default browser. So take your data and the code we shared you, then reside in the same folder or in one folder. Then open it and directly run. You don't need to prepare any pass. It is already in obsolete pass. If you put the code we share you and the data we share you in one folder, you do not do anything. You do not do structure any pass. It is already in obsolete pass. Regarding to the procedure is like this, and you focus on the video, the recorded video, and watch again. And we will take in detail if you have a question regarding this one, the Q&A session time. Thank you so much.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Hello, everyone. Is there any more question?
Yeah, mine is not really a question, but it's just an appeal. I think we are in different locations and network has just been messing up with us. So following him as he goes was a little bit difficult. So, but we are just pleading if we could get his script just to guide us while we are also replicating these codes at our own end. That will really help. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if I was heard.
Mr. Alex, would you like to respond to that?
Okay, sorry. If there was any question, would you repeat again, please? Hello.
Yes, I think he's asking for the script because there's been a challenge in following in real time while you were going through the training or the session. So the
Okay.
question is to make the scripts available. Is making an appeal to make the scripts available for those who cannot follow up in real time to do that later.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, without practice or without line by line practice, following such types of presentation is not good for you as if you are a beginner. But you should check the video and see the procedures, what we all say to you. So the scripts are workable in any data the scripts are working, and you can do any Python environments, whether you use the Visual Studio Code or Jupyter Notebook or Google Colab, it is workable.
Okay, all right. I'd like to step in right now.
Okay.
I want to really appreciate everyone who has been with us from the beginning when we started by 8 a.m. West African time up until this moment. I'd like to announce that we have officially come to the end of the first session for today.
Okay.
And that from now, you're free to go for your 2 hours break. And then you'll be returning back by 2 p.m. West African time. All right. So for those of you who still have questions, who have inquiries, or you have some concerns, you can stay back on the call and we'll keep answering questions. But officially, the first session is over. All right. So we're expecting you back by 2 p.m. There's already a link for the forms, the attendance forms or attendance register from our end for everyone who has attended this first session too. So make sure you fill in that form and also keep to time. Make sure you're back here by 2 p.m. West African time. Okay. So for the other questions around resources, script, and the procedures, including the videos will be made available on our YouTube channel, New Life Research Foundation, and the scripts will also be made available to us. So please do not be worried about or be concerned about whether you'll be able to have access to them. Okay. So if you have any more questions, just stay behind on the call and ask them. Thank you very much.
All right. So for those who are asking questions on how to run the Jupyter Notebook, I'm going to run over this again. So because people are asking questions in the comment box on how I can demo this within 15 minutes to maybe 30 minutes. So you can be able to run it locally. And for installation problems, we will still have some sort of pre-lab. So you can be able to, or maybe post-lab. Let's call it post-lab. Because this one, we are done with the session. So I will just share my screen and then I will show you what I'm going to do. So if I were to run this Jupyter Notebook, I'll download this data and run the Jupyter Notebook that will run during the statistics for machine learning class or machine learning course. I will first go on my laptop and I'm going to create a folder. And on this folder, I'm going to name it Start or put an underscore, because in coding, underscore works best than putting a hyphen. So in most of your coding, in naming your notebooks, so sort of saving in your code, if you put a hyphen, you may run into error. But if you put an underscore, then it means you're going to have a better output. You're not going to run into coding error issues. So I'll put, that's why you can see even on my computer, I have some sort of hyphen, underscore everywhere, because I'm kind of like used to coding. So I use a lot of underscore, a lot. You can see even on things that are not coding, I'm putting underscore because I'm just used to using underscores. So I'm going to put start for ML. I'm going to save this folder. So this folder is saved on my laptop, on my local computer. Now I'm going to go back to where Alexander showed us to download our data set. And you all have this link, the link to live expectancy CSV, this data set. So I will go to download. This is where to download. There's an arrow pointing downwards. Download this data and save it in this folder. I've saved it. Now, if I go back to this folder and open this, you can see this data set. This data set is in CSV. This is the data set Alexander used. I can view this data set on my local computer. This is the data set. I can cancel it. And now I know that I've successfully created a folder and downloaded the live expectancy data set to my local computer. What next do I need to do? I'll go back to here. Let me see. Okay, let me close these tabs. Let me even close this tab for downloading dataset. But if you don't know where to download this dataset, the link is right in this notebook. The link to the notebook has been sent to you, and we will also upload it on our GitHub, our NELIREF Research Foundation's GitHub for this course. So once you see this link in the README file, click on the link and come to this live expectancy. That is where we found this dataset. This very dataset we downloaded from here, we got it from this notebook. You just click here and it takes you to this dataset, and then you can download the CSV file. So this is the dataset. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close all these files. And this is a notebook that Alexander shared with us. So if I want to run this I can run this notebook in two ways. I can run this notebook in Jupyter or Lab. That is I can launch Jupyter Notebook and run this very notebook, or I can run it on Google hosted runtime. That is on Google Colab. And this is Google Colab. So I will first download this notebook as well. I'll download this notebook. I already downloaded the dataset. Let me now download this notebook. If I want to download this notebook, I have several ways to do that. I can come to File, fly out here, and let me check if we have any questions. Okay, I get it. Okay, please, where did you download again? Okay, Susanna, okay, you got it. Okay, any questions? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So I will just go to download. You can see download. See download here. Go to this arrow. You can see download IPyNB means this is IPython. Python, PIPY is for Python. IPython notebook. NB is notebook. And this is a popular format for you for saving a code notebook. And I'm going to download this notebook. If you download it in any other format, it's not going to work. In PDF, it's not going to work. In any other format, it's not going to work. So a whole pipeline of code, of Python code, can only be saved in this format. So I'm going to go here. I'm showing you how to do it. I'm going to click on download. I'm going to save this same file to this folder I created on my local computer. I'm going to save it here. Saved. I will come back here. I will click here and you can see the notebook has been saved. But I can't be, if I click on it, I can't be able to open it because it has to run in its environment. And that's why we need either Jupyter Notebook or we need Google Colab. So I just for CSV file, you can open it on your local computer, but for this, you cannot open this on your local computer because it's a Python environment. So it's in Python. So you need a Python environment to be able to run this or open this notebook. Let me check if you have any questions. I'm going to pause. Let me know if you have any questions. Susanna, do you have any questions? Vese, do you have any questions? Who else? The other person using Samsung, do you have any questions? Let us know. Let us know. If you are following, just type in the comment box, I'm following, or just type a plus, and we will know you are following. Okay, you are getting here. That's good. Where we won't get all these things you are opening. You are opening, okay. The introduction to pandas. Oh, okay. So if you go back to where to get all these files, if you go back to where we, we actually try to give you all the steps in the chat before, all the steps. So this is where we are getting all the steps. We've ended up completing this step. So I'm going to copy this step and repost it using Jupyter Notebook. Okay, I'll first run it in Jupyter Notebook. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. This is a step we've accomplished. We've accomplished this step. We've downloaded the dataset from this link. I showed you this arrow. We've downloaded this dataset. We saved it under downloads folder. And you can remember that the download folder is this folder, this very folder, start for ML. Let me know if you have any questions, but this is where we saved it. We saved it here. And then the next step is this. Now you need this environment. This is a terminal. You need this terminal on your computer. If you want to run this in Jupyter Notebook, then you need this on your computer. Whether you are using Windows, Mac operating system, or Ubuntu Linux. I am using Mac operating system. So you need to open this terminal. You need to open this terminal. So if you open this terminal, let me see if there are any questions. I have successfully downloaded and saved the data set for life expectancy. Any other data to download? So Vese, have you also downloaded the the Jupyter notebook, this notebook? Let me know. Okay, but do you know how to download this notebook? Because we send this link. Let me send the link to the data. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh no. This is a link. This is a link to the notebook. I'll put link to the notebook. I'm going to put a link here. So click on this link and it's going to take you to this place. And once it takes you here, download this as well. Click on File and go to download. You will see download, then click on download Python notebook. Let me check. Vesi, I think that's for you. Let me know if you're able to download it. Where can I see the terminal? Okay. So, well, I've not used Windows before. When I started coding, I started with Ubuntu Linux. So Ubuntu Linux just have this, it has this terminal, and you can easily get it somewhere around here. It's lined up here. You can get the Ubuntu, the terminal here. So it does have a terminal. And also, this Mac operating system also has a terminal. For Windows, I'm sorry, but I've never used Windows for coding. So I don't really know where it is located, and I'm being very sincere. But if you're using something like Ubuntu Linux, then it's on a horizontal line. Like your icons are horizontally aligned here. You can find it somewhere around here. I have both two laptops. Actually, I use both Mac and Ubuntu Linux, so I use these two laptops, and I can use any of them. And then for Mac operating system, you can see it's right here. If you're using Mac, you will see it right here. If you don't find it, I think what I would do is I would try to maybe search for something like terminal. Let me see terminal. Let me see. You can see terminal. It's bringing out some things, right? Let's see. Or maybe here. Is it here? I don't know whether it's here. Because it's right here, so I've never done this to look for it. So I don't know how to search for it. But maybe I'll just search for terminal. Okay. It's bringing a lot of things, but you usually have a terminal. So connect to servers. Let me just click on one of these and see. Oh, okay. So let me just ask this question. What operating system are you using? The person asking where to find terminal. Esther, which operating system are you using? Are you using Windows, Ubuntu Linux, or you're using Mac operating system? Let me know, then I will go back to it. Oh, I see terminal at the bottom left of the page. Oh, nice. But that's beside variables, just as you have it on your system. I'm using Windows. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I have okay. All right, it's okay. You've opened the link. So click and download the data, the Python notebook. Click and download the Python notebook. So Susanna, if you've opened it, I'm waiting for the other person, Esther. Let me know the operating system you're using. So I will go here because I've already installed everything I need. I don't need to install the core packages we sent to you earlier. And you may recall that we showed you some core packages. We did a pre-lab. In our pre-lab, we showed you the core packages you must install. Anaconda or Miniconda, because Python, this houses the Python, houses Python. So once you download this, you can now be able to, you will actually have Python. Once you download Miniconda or Anaconda, it comes with Python, but it comes with a default version of Python. So if you need Python version maybe 3.10 or even the latest one is 3.2, let me put 2 or 1.2 here, but let me leave it at 10. You can now download the specific version you want to use. For the sake of this summer school, you can use the latest version. It could be 3.12, but we feel if you start from 3.9 to any newer version, that should be sufficient for you. But if you download a default version, you can be able to also check on how to install. You can also check, you can just check, maybe use ChatGPT. Just go to ChatGPT and maybe just ask ChatGPT. I will just go to ChatGPT and I will ask, show me how to install maybe something like Python, maybe 3.10, what am I doing? 3.10 on my Mac, because I'm using Mac OS. Or let me know, okay, well, I don't want to use this. I want to use 3.12 because that's one of the latest versions. So let me modify this. Oh, I still run the same code. 1, 2. And let's see. So this is the bash environment. This is bash. So when people ask you, do you have bash scripting skills? If you know how to use this, and we have like we have a lot of resources on our Facebook page, in our Facebook group on how you can do bash scripting. This is a different skill altogether, which is not covered in this training, but we just cover the basics on how to install these packages. So you have to know how to use bash scripting. So this environment is this terminal, this what you are seeing here. Ability to use this environment is called bash scripting. So I will try to install, you can see I'm using Mac operating system. So if I want to install this, this is my bash environment. So I will copy this very code given to me by ChatGPT, install Homebrew if not already installed, but I already have it. So I'll just copy this code and try to run here. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh, okay. Okay, there was no mistake actually. I'm going to enter my password. You're asking me about my password. I don't know whether I entered the correct one, but I'll check. Let's see. Okay, maybe I entered the wrong password. Okay. That's the password. The password you're asking here is the password to your local computer. The password you use in opening your local computer. So I'm going to go here and I will see, let's see. Okay, you see, I entered the correct password and they are saying, please, okay, press return/enter to continue or any other key to abort. That's to install this Python 3.12. That is the latest version of Python. I'm going to just keep clicking enter. I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing. Because I think I copied some of the wrong things with it. I should have copied just, okay. Only this. This is the only thing I need. So let me try this and see. I'm gonna kill this, terminate, or I can open a new one, but I don't want to open a new one, so I have to kill it. You can open multiple terminals at the same time. So let me try to install this. You can see it's installing. Can you see? This is installing on my local computer. You can do this. The only thing you need to change here is if you're using Windows, put Windows, don't put Mac operating system. Then it is going to give you. If you're using Linux, maybe Ubuntu Linux, put Ubuntu Linux. And you can see Python, 3.10. Oh, okay. Maybe I should go to 3.12. Should have gone to 1.2. I'm installing. It's still installing, you can see. I don't need to do anything. I just need to just sit and watch. Everything is installing. Let me know if you follow, Susanna and the other people following. Let me know if you follow. Indicate in the comment box. Susanna, Esther. All right, Esther, you have Jupyter Notebook installed. That's good. And Vasey, have you been able to download that data set? The Jupyter Notebook? Let me know if you are done with that process. Okay, you are following. Okay, that's nice. So you can see it's still installing. Maybe I will not install the 3.12, but I can install it anytime. It's just to change. Instead of putting 10, I will just put 12. That's how you can install the specific version of Python you need. Because the default Anaconda or Miniconda, it comes with maybe Python 3.1, Python 3.7, or maybe 3.6. So, which doesn't have like some cool packages that you may need for your machine learning task. So this is the installing. I think maybe it's almost done. Okay. Yes. So now that I've installed it, okay, I've forgotten how to, I don't know why it's like this, but it has definitely successfully installing, okay, dependencies for this, downloading this. Okay, let's wait and see. Okay. but I can this was just for demonstration, so I can go ahead. The link to the data set again, I think the link to the data set is over here. It's over here. I don't know whether you found it. Let's see. This is the link to the data set. And the link to the notebook is over here. Over here. Oh, no, not this one. This one, yes. This one. So let's see the other questions that you all have. Okay, so Susanna, you say you're not following. Okay, I need to move so I can be able to read it. Okay. All right. So, well, let me just key the terminal. So it's still installing. So you can see everything is running fine. I just put the Python 3.10. I'm trying to install the version of Python I need. That's the only thing I'm doing. And I just got this from ChatGPT. I don't need to go, unlike before, I will have to Google it. Install Python 3.12. This was how we used to do it before the coming of ChatGPT and all the AI technologies. You just Google this, and maybe I will put on Mac OS. And then it's going to take me in here. And you see, even Python 3.13 is already available. And maybe I will be able to find that. You can see switching Python 3.12 on Mac. You'll find a lot of resources you can use. But this is actually, it's kind of slow. Okay. I don't use this anymore because I don't need to waste my time if ChatGPT can give me everything I need. So I just have to get this and just move on with my life. It makes my life easy and it saves time for me. So, well, because I need to move on, I just showed you this is going to run until it's going to say successful. So, but I don't want to keep you waiting here. So I'm going to kill this. You can see it's still taking some time. It's still installing a lot of things because I have not installed this recently. This is Python 3.10. So I'm going to kill it. I'm going to terminate this. Terminated. I already have Jupyter Notebook. So let's go back to the task we're doing. It seems I stopped sharing, right? All right. So yes, it's difficult to do it without a laptop. That's the truth of the matter. It's kind of difficult, I think. Let me try to share my screen again and show you. And I think we should take this to maybe the next 15 minutes at most, or 17 minutes, or 18 minutes. Then we can all go and prepare for the next session. Just have some lunch. So I'm going to continue sharing my screen. And I was trying to show you that I have this. I will first run the Jupyter Notebook. So if I run Jupyter Notebook, I already have it installed. If you don't have Jupyter Notebook installed, go on ChatGPT, just type install Jupyter Notebook then type your operating system. It could be Mac OS, or it could be Ubuntu Linux, or it could be Windows. I just put it here. It's going to be Jupyter Lab. So well, this is calling it. This is how to launch it. It's not giving me what I need. Okay, pip install. Okay, this pip install is not going to work on my own computer because I'm using Mac operating system. I can only use Brew. For those using Ubuntu Linux, I have Ubuntu Linux, I can use this pip. And for, okay, ChatGPT didn't actually give me what I needed. So because I know what I want, this is what I want. And it didn't give me. So I would just tell ChatGPT, I mean, how to install Jupyter Lab and launch Jupyter Notebook on Mac OS. That's Mac operating system. So it's going to give me all the steps. You can see Brew install Python. You have to have Python. This is a dependency. Dependency means something you have to install before you can get the next thing. Because Python, Jupyter Notebook is embedded in Python. You can't do without Python and Anaconda. So if you are trying to install something like Jupyter Notebook and you don't have Anaconda or Miniconda installed, you may not be able to install Jupyter Notebook. You have to install the first things first. And that's why how we gave you this order. So this order is very important. This order is very important. The first things first. You have to first install Anaconda before you can come to Jupyter Lab. That is how we arranged it in that order. And we're going to send this PPTX to you. And here you can modify the type of Python you need because this comes with a default version. Then here you can modify it to the version you need by following the steps I showed you. So I have to install this first, otherwise I can't be able to install this Jupyter Lab. This Jupyter Lab to be able to run Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Lab is like a lab, it's just like Google Colab. So Jupyter Notebook is under Jupyter Lab. It's just like students are under a lab. That's an example I can give. I don't know the best example to give, but then without installing these core tools, you can't install any of this. So before you come to any of this, first deal with this and deal with it in this order. Let me know if you have any question or you're following. And I don't know whether my screen is actually being shared. I have to check that, I think. Yes, it's sharing. Just type in the comment box if you follow. I follow, or just put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus, and I'll know. All right, so let's move on. Now you have okay. Following, okay. Now you have Anaconda installed or Miniconda. I prefer Miniconda, I use Miniconda. So, well, that's my preference. It installs faster. It doesn't give me issues. So I quickly install it and I use it. So, and then you have installed, I'll go back to ChatGPT here and I'll ask ChatGPT. So ChatGPT 2 is giving me that you have to first install Python. Skip if already installed. You have to skip this if you've not installed it. But if you haven't installed it, it's a must. If you don't install Python or Anaconda, that's Anaconda, you can't be able to, or Conda, Miniconda, you can't be able to do any of this. If I just call Conda, maybe let me just call Conda and see. Conda. You see, I just typed Conda and it gave me the version of Conda I have. Update, upgrade, update Conda package to the latest compatible version. I'm not going to update it now, but I'll update it at a later time. So you have to keep updating it from time to time because they have new things being updated. So you have to, and you can read about this. You can see I just typed Conda. Conda is a short form for anaconda or mini conda. So if you install anaconda or mini conda, if you just type conda, just call it. Typing conda is like calling something. It's just like I'm calling a snake called Python. So how to call a snake called Python? In this case, it's Python programming actually. I will just put conda and I will call it. I will just press enter and it's going to bring this. It's showing me I've already installed it. I don't need it. So if I call Python, let me say Python, you see, I've called Python. If I want to call Python, I'll just type Python, that's all. So, but I'm already teaching you Python, so I don't need to teach you Python at this point. You have the whole evening session for Python. So, but your instructor will teach you on how to call Python. Just type Python, and Python has already given me this environment, you see? And the Python version I have is Python 3.12. This is a version I just installed today. I wasn't having this version today. Oh, well, okay, I installed it before today. I was trying to install 3.10, but I killed it. I canceled it, so it didn't install. So now this is the latest version I have for now. And when last did I install this? This was, oh no, I don't think. Okay, man, maybe it was this long. Well, I don't actually use the one on my local computer. I use the computational server from my school. So if you go to my school, I use the one from my school. So I don't use the one on my local computer most of the time. But if you go to my school, then you should be able to find it. I think it's somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Okay, I won't go into that now. Yeah, okay, it's not this one, but yes. So so I won't be, in order not to confuse you, I won't be going into that, but you know I'm in Python. If I type 1 + 1 and press enter, Python is going to give me 2, and the answer is 2. That's correct. If I type 100 minus port is going to give me an answer, 60. And you can run all your things on this Python environment. But we're not doing Python now. We are doing Python in the evening. So, but I just want to show you that my Anaconda is installed, my Python is installed, my Jupyter Notebook is also installed. How do I know whether my Jupyter Notebook is installed? If I call Jupyter Notebook, how do I call it? Just like for Anaconda or Miniconda, I just type Conda. For Python, I just type Python. For Jupyter Notebook, to call it, I'll just type Jupyter Notebook. It's just like Esther. If I want to call, Esther is here. If I want to call you, I'll just call Esther. And Esther will answer. If I want to call Wilberforce, I will just call Wilberforce and you will answer. If I want to call VC, I will just call VC and VC will answer. So this is the same thing. I will just call Jupyter Notebook. I need you right here, Jupyter Notebook. I'm going to call it by just typing it. And I will just press enter. My hands are up. You can see my hands. And you can see everything is happening by itself. It's taking me to my browser. It has taken me to my browser. You can see I didn't do anything. It does it by itself. Now I will go to my downloads. This is my local computer. This environment is showing me everything that is here is on my local computer. I'm running it not on the computational server, but I'm running it on my local computer. This is my local computer. So this terminal takes you to your local computer. So don't complicate it. I can find this same file. The files let me go here. If I want to find the files we downloaded, I will just type cd and I will type CD and downloads. Okay, I think it's capital letter. I'll go to that same environment. Downloads. It takes me to downloads. This is downloads. CD or maybe LS is going to list all my files in my downloads. That's list. LS is list. List all my files in downloads. CD is current directory. So my current directory, when I say CD downloads, I want to go to downloads. So take me to downloads. So it's just like saying current directory. My current directory environment is I am here in downloads. And where do I want to go? I want to go to the current directory for start. We name it as start. If I just start writing start and I press tab on my computer, it's going to type the whole name. I just press a tab. Just tab. Look at your keys on your computer. Just type tab. And that is going to bring the name I saved this file on. I saved it with start for ML. I press enter. It has now taken me to this environment, start for ML. If I list all the files that we downloaded and saved under this start for ML, it's going to list the two files. Where are the two files? Life expectancy and what? Python for data science, Jupyter Notebook. These are the two files we need. So, well, this is on the terminal. This is just interacting with your computer. There is nothing more than this. Interacting with your local computer. So I'm going to cancel this because I don't need it. I just showed you some bash scripting skills. We have a lot of resources on our groups. You can look them up and learn some bash scripting. So, but our task is to open it in Jupyter Notebook. To open the statistics for machine learning in Jupyter Notebook. So we saved it on a downloads. I launched, you may recall that I launched this in Jupyter Notebook, and it automatically, my hands were up, but it opened to my browser. This is my default browser. It's going to open to your default browser. If your default browser is Ubuntu Linux, if your default browser is Google Chrome, it's going to open in Google Chrome. If your default browser is Safari, like mine, I use Safari because Safari is faster to me than Google Chrome. So I use Safari most of the time. And that's why I open all these tabs, but my laptop is quite fast. But if it was in Chrome, then maybe it may be slow for me. And so it opened on my local computer. And on the browser, I mean to say, on my Safari browser. So I saved that folder. Let me see, someone has a question. Okay, all right. Esther just answered me. Okay, so Esther, what I would do is I'm going to click on downloads because we saved that ML start for ML under downloads on my computer, on my local computer. So I'm going to click on downloads. Oh, okay. Why is it not opening? Okay, let me try something. Maybe my internet connect. Oh, I know. Because I canceled this. You see? There was a mistake I made. Once you close your terminal, this will become active. You say failed. Safari can't connect to the server. So because why? I killed it. I closed it. So once you open this, you have to leave it like this. My hands are up. It's opening by itself. I can't access any of this if I close this. The moment I close this, I can only minimize. The moment you close this, it means you've closed the Jupyter Lab as well. So the only thing I can do is I can minimize. Unlike before that I closed it and then I shut down the whole thing, the whole Jupyter notebook. But now if I click on downloads, it's going to open because I didn't close the my bash environment. So I'm going to click on downloads. You see, it has opened. Now it has shown me all the files that I have on my downloads. And I'm going to go to the folder we created today. In the folder we created today, who can remember, who can recall that name? The folder, the name of the folder. Type it in the comment box. Who can remember the name of the folder? I can't remember. Okay, let's see. Someone. No, not really. Life expectancy. Life expectancy is the data. I mean the folder we created on my local computer. All right. Start for ML, yes. So we created start for ML, and you can see it right here. So I'm going to click on this, start for ML. And you can see how many files? 2 files. You can see 2 files here. And the file I need to open is not this one. This one is for data. This is the real thing that I need this whole environment, this Jupyter notebook. Because for this one, I can open it on my local computer. But for this, I need a Jupyter notebook. And so I will click on this. And it's going to open. This is where Alex was. So for some that were imagining, oh, how, and he actually demonstrated it. But it has to, you have to understand, please, Chiku, please don't write on the screen. It's going to take us a little bit backwards. So now you can see all the data here and everything. And Alex said you have to call these libraries. This is pandas. Pandas is for data frame, like is used for creating data frames and just for managing your data. Like if you do anything, you want to add more columns or more rows, then you can only do that in pandas. Pandas is one of the tools, the major tool we use in doing that. So start for ML. Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna run this. To run this, I'll press Command Enter. If you're using Ubuntu Linux or maybe Windows, it's Control Enter. It's showing me syntax error. Why is it showing me syntax error? Import Python as NP, import NumPy as NP, syntax error, invalid syntax. Okay, I think I will need, okay, now, because I'm teaching you how to do things faster. Before, I will copy this error and I'll put it on my browser. And it's going to take me to Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow, I mean to say. And this is where, before, we used to begin to read all this and to see how we can solve that problem. We can correct that error. And in computing, we simply call that debugging. How do I debug this code and make it work? Before, we used to read all these things and try to figure it out. But now I don't have time to waste. What do I need to do? Go straight to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is my friend. I'm going to type this error here. I'm not going to say anything. Just type and press enter. And ChatGPT is going to tell you everything that was wrong with the code you entered. You see, it is because of this incorrect line, this import NumPy as NP import. Something is not correct here. Where is it? Okay, I have to cancel this. I think here. This import, this very thin is not supposed to be here. So it's just as NP. You can see I didn't do anything. ChatGPT just told me exactly what is wrong. And then I press Ctrl Enter again. Can you see any error? We see a star. If you see an asterisk, it means your code is running. Then once the code runs, a number appears. A number appears means you run that code twice. You remember I press the first time, I press the second. If I press the third time, it's 3 that is going to appear here. 4, 5. I run it 5 times. But this doesn't matter. You can do it as many as you want. Now is to upload my data set. Now I have it on my local computer. So I have my data set in the same environment. And that's why I created a folder and ensure that my data set was in the same environment. So I don't have to struggle. So I have this. So you can see this. I'm running this without any problem. Alex already done the code. I'll just read everything and know I want to get it. I want to get a data frame, DF data frame, and all this that Alex taught earlier. You can be able to run all this code without having any issue. I'm running this without any issue. You can see everything is running by itself. This is in Jupyter Notebook. How to run this in Jupyter Notebook for statistics for ML course in our NELIREF 2025 summer school. So I'm going to continue with this and I will leave it at this point, but you can be able to run everything that Alex was able to run. So let me know if you have any questions concerning running this Jupyter Notebook. Let me see your understanding. If you understand it, put a plus. If you don't understand, put a minus. Before we move to how you can run this in Google Colab, that's the last part we deal with. And I hope we finish that very soon so you can have some time for your break. Okay, we have more plus. So Juliana, do you have any question on why you don't understand? Where are you confused? Where do you want me to explain? Let me know, because you can all see that the notebook is running very fine. And if you do everything right, everything is going to be fine. Oh, okay, you are totally a novice. Okay, it's gradual. Another thing I need to also mention is this is many years of experience. Years of experience counts as well. You can see me doing it like efficiently is because I started this in 2019. This is 2025. I have more than getting to almost 6 years experience. So experience counts. So for the fact you're not able to do it immediately, doesn't mean you can't do it next month or a few months ahead. Just have the passion, the enthusiasm, keep doing it, keep practicing, ask questions, ask on our platform, send us an email, join our groups, and we'll be able to do that. So as a novice, if you understood to some extent, then you are good. Watch this again. And when you watch it again over and over, and some other videos and resources we put on our platform, you understand it better. But we're here to support you. All right, so can we now move to the next section, the next one? So I'm going to, everything runs fine. And you see, I don't have any problem because I first created this environment. I put those 2 files in this place. So I'm running this locally on my computer. So, but if I didn't do this as a first step, then I will run into problems. My code will not run. Let me show you one example. Let me remove this data and put it just under downloads. I just remove this data. I just put it here. It's not inside this again. Let's try to run the code again and see if it's going to work. This is going to work because it has nothing to do with with the data. This is just importing the libraries that you need. But let me try to import the data. Can you see this error? Can you all see this error? We didn't have this error before. Okay, this error, I will go down to the last line and read the main error. It says, no such file or directory, life expectancy, CSV exist. It means no data. It's because I removed it from that folder. Anything I run here is not going to work again. Well, this is because it was there before. So you can see the data is not there. So maybe it was saved in its dictionaries or something. And maybe that's why it's running. But you can see I can't import that data. So the only thing I can do is put it back. I'll put it back. And when I come back here and I run this, I will not have any error. No error. So that's why you have to do it that way. Put a minus or plus if you want us to move to Jupyter, to move to Google Colab, then I will demo that in a couple of minutes, and then we'll close. I hope that we'll close and we'll still have time for lunch, and then we'll come back for the second, for the last session for the day. All right, Esther says yes. And let's see other people. And after this session, we actually close the meeting because we have to save this recording for this session, morning session, so we can upload it separately. So after this demo, I'm going to shut down this meeting, and then we'll restart the meeting for the last session. Just to let you know that I'll be doing that after explaining the second part. So for this Google Colab, I need my data, and it's already on my computer. I don't need to download it anymore. What I need to do is to click here. And this is something that you all need to know. Click here. If I want to run this, okay, let me shut down, let me close everything. If I close this, you can see everything I was running on my Jupyter notebook was showing here. All these were not here before, but you can see everything is showing. So if I kill this, then it means I terminate everything, the Jupyter notebook or environment I called. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close anything Jupyter notebook, but I'm going to leave because maybe we may need chat. So if you don't have ChatGPT or DeepSeek, you have to have it because we are going very, very fast because we can solve a problem in 2 minutes, in 1 minute because of ChatGPT and all these AI technologies. So you don't need to go to Google anymore. I don't need to go to Google to begin to sort out my problems most of the time. So going back to this, how to run this Jupyter notebook on Google Colab. We told you earlier that Google Colab is a it's a free Google runtime. So Google has a free hosted runtime that you can run this on their server. This is on Google server, but you must connect to the hosted runtime. That's the Google server. So what I need to do is to come to here, come to connect. Just have this link. The only thing you need for Google Colab is the link. You just need a link. Once you have the link, you can download this data. I've already downloaded it, saved on my local computer. So I'm going to come to here and I'll connect to the Google's runtime. This is the first step you need to do. Connect to a hosted runtime. I will click. See, it's reading connecting. Before, it wasn't so. It has finished connecting. Now it's showing me RAM disk. It's showing me Python 3 Google Compute Engineer backend. RAM 1. You can see the RAM, the gigabyte. It's giving me some space to be able to run my task. The disk, you can see. If I click here, I'll read more about it. If I click here, I'll read more about what has provided. You can read more about Google Colab at your own pace, but there are resources provided by Google for you to be able to run Python notebooks on their servers. So what I need to do is Alex provided this. First, I need to save it in my own Google Drive to be able to run it on my own computer or on my own browser. So I need to come here, click here, and go to save a copy to in Drive. Save a copy in Drive. You must do this step. If you don't do this, it means you will struggle in running this notebook. So first, I have to click here and save it in your Google Drive. You have a Google account, you have a Gmail account. We believe you all have a Gmail account, majority of you. So you have to save this in Google Drive. Once you have a Google account, a Google email, like a Gmail, you have a Google Drive. So you can save this in your Google Drive. Google Drive is a space provided for you to save files like this. I can click here. You can see it's reading creating a copy. Loading, you can see. You can see copy of Python for this. I have saved it in my own Google Drive. And I'm going to click here, connect. Again, let me see. If I want to double check to find out whether I really saved this copy in my Google Drive, I'm going to come to Google Drive. Let's test run this. Google Drive. I saved it in my own Google Drive. And my own Google Drive is called, this is my own Google Drive, Tsenum Joseph Luper. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to click on Google Drive and I'll sign in. Can you see this? Copy of Python for data science. When did I save it? 8:16 a.m. It was 8:16. This is in Eastern time. I'm in the US, here in Florida. So this is the time here in Florida. So it was 8:16, I saved it. Now it's 8:17. You can see it over here. So I just saved this in my Google Drive. So you can see the things I've saved in my Google Drive. I've saved some other things here, including this data. You can see this data. This is the data. The data I saved it earlier. That was before now. This was 7:18 a.m. in my own time. So, and you can see this one. So I confirmed that it's already saved in my own Google Drive. So you have to do this step. It's a must step. That is the first step you need. Click on File, go here, save a copy in Drive. It's a must step if you want to run this notebook in Google Colab. Google Colab is just an acronym of collaboratory. It's like a collaboratory. So that's it, but you can read more about it. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to try to run this notebook. But I can't run this notebook. Well, my data, for me, I can run it because I have my data also. I have my data also in it saved. So if I run this, okay, import, okay, you see it's still giving me the error. So the notebook sent to you, please, you all have to correct it. Remove the import, otherwise it's not going to run. You can see it's running. It has successfully run. Click here, just click here, it's going to run. So I'm going to just click here so you can see some of the things you will upload here. For me, you can be able to upload data from here, this arrow. You can see you can upload this data, this very data. I'm yet to go there, but I want to just show you. So I'm going to run this cell. Can you see? It said it not run. Why? Because I don't have data. So what do I need to do so that this cell can run? I need to go here and upload my data. This data I downloaded, I'm going to upload it right away. It's uploading. Okay. Can you now see life expectancy, CSV? I'm going to take feedback and questions. If you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. Let's see if you all follow. They say you're still there. Esther, you're still there. So let's see if you follow. If you don't follow, let me know. If you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. Wilberforce, you're there. Okay, you follow. Okay. Okay. It seems you're all following. So now I have my data here. Let me try to run this code again. Can you now see the code has successfully run? Before it didn't run. I had a lot of errors. But now because I uploaded this data here, I first downloaded it to my local computer, clicked here, and uploaded it. You have to put, if you want to see what is there, you have to click here to expand it so you can see your data. Here is where your data is stored. Under sample data, this is my data, first data point. And I showed you this arrow up, upload to the session storage. And this is where I uploaded it. So for you to be able to run this notebook in Google Colab, this is the only way it will run. Otherwise, you are not going to be successful. And now everything that Alex did, I'm going to do it. Just click Command Enter if you have Mac operating system. Read everything you already understood. You understood what he was teaching about the statistics and what they taught earlier about statistics for machine learning, because you need statistics. You need statistics to be able to do all this. So I'm going to still click here. This cell, this is what we call cell. This cell can be able to run. This is a cell. For this one is text. We have difference. This is text cell. This very one is text cell. Text cell is just for text. This one is for coding. Code is for coding. This is code cell. So you have to know the difference between text cell and coding cell. Coding cell is for running the code. Text is for explanation, just for you to be able to understand and follow. So, and here, if I click Control Enter, or for Jupyter Note, for Google Colab, there is a fast way of running code. This arrow, just click on this arrow. You can see, I just clicked on that arrow. I don't need to do Command Enter or Control Enter. Just click on that arrow. You can see I have my statistics here and I'm following. Click here, is able to run. Click here, everything is running perfectly. But you can see the moment, let me try something and show you. Let me delete this file, delete. I've removed my data. Now let me show you something. Let me come back here. The first cell is going to run because I'm just calling the package. The second cell, can you see it's not going to run? Error. No such file or directory life expectancy CSV exist. No data. So I need to go here and first upload my data. Click here, upload. We have 6 minutes to finish this session. So I just want you to have at least 30 minutes. And then I click here. You can see everything runs fine because I have my data here. If I decide to use a different data set that Alex, Alex was using life expectancy. So I'll have to change everything. So So I'll just use life expectancy. But you can use another data set here if you want to do analysis on a different data. And this is running, why? Because you're connected to the Google hosted runtime. This is the one they provided for you. You can see all this is increasing. It's going to increase because we are running this on Google server. So you don't have any excuse that you don't have a computer. You can use Google Colab to learn. Download this data. This same thing will run on your phone. You use this link, only the link. Go on the server and then click here, save it in your drive, just like I showed you. Come here, then download the data set from here. Download it from here to your phone. Upload it here, upload it, and you will also be able to run this on your phone. And that's why for this summer school, we have two methods, either Jupyter Notebook for those who have a laptop, and for those who don't have and still want to learn, we provided this Google Colab for them as an option. So two ways for you to be able to run this. So you should be able to learn. Let us know if you have any questions. And I think for this, I will just yield, and if you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. Let's see. Okay, we're seeing plus. Is it clear? Do you have any questions? Installation, anything before we end this session? You can even unmute yourself and speak if you want to speak. Let us know. Okay. Okay. All right. They all follow. If you want to speak, let me know. Let me know just anything you have, any questions, anything before we call this a session. Nice, you've been able to download an Anaconda, good. So now you have Anaconda. The next thing is, Anaconda is going to come with probably the latest Python version, so you may not need any other Python. The only thing you need is install Jupyter Notebook. If you want to follow through Jupyter Notebook, you can run it. So just install Jupyter Notebook. And I showed you, if you find it difficult to run Jupyter Notebook, don't leave ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT how to install Jupyter Notebook. Install Jupyter Notebook on maybe something like Windows. And I'll just click this. And it's going to give me all the steps. If it doesn't give me the code, I'll tell it, okay, it's giving me the code. You can see pip install notebook, Jupyter, and then you can run this. This is the prompt. This is how to call Jupyter Notebook. So I want to hear from a non-science or a non-STEM major person. If you're not, VC, are you from science? Other people from science? Those that are not from science, let me hear from you. Did you follow? Did you get something from the practical aspect? And those who are asking quiz, Wilberforce, are you there? Wilberforce, do you follow? Let me know. Okay. All right, everybody follows. Okay. So I can just stop sharing, and I'm going to close this meeting, because how we do it is we record this in different sessions. We record a morning session, and then we close, and then the last section, and then we close. So when we are uploading it on YouTube, you will see it in different versions. All right. So thank you, and have a good one. You are going to use the same link to join the meeting in the next few minutes. That's going to be in the next 30 minutes. So thanks for staying back, and I hope you got something. And endeavor to watch last year's YouTube videos we had last year. Very useful. We send you all the links, and we feel you will find them very useful and very helpful. Thank you. See you soon.